Yo, boys. What's going on? Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Hopefully you can hear me all good. Let me know in the chat if you can. I'd very much appreciate that. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It is Friday, and oh my god, I am happy at that fact. This week, it's just been one of those, like, it's not been a bad week. It's just been draining, you know what I mean? You know, one of those ones? Though I can't really complain. It's been better than a lot of people I know. But yeah, just been draining. And I'm ready for the weekend. Even though I've got a lot of stuff to do around the house and in the garden tomorrow. Still looking forward to it. Can have a bit of a lie-in, get that stuff sorted, and then we're going to bash some streams out over the weekend as well. I'm looking forward to it. We're going to watch some videos, we're going to play some Tower Fantasy, and we are going to do, hopefully, I plan to, I keep saying it, and I know I don't ever stick to it because I'm a dickhead. I'm going to try and double dip tonight. If not, though, we will be streaming over the weekend because I need to finish off the podcast on Wuthering Waves. Want to get that done. I do want to play some Zenless Zone Zero over the weekend as well, boys and girls. And very soon, we've got some new games to play as well. We've got Spectre Divide, we've got Arena Breakout, you guys know who've been around. Looking forward to those games, so we'll be checking those out. And hopefully everybody's having a good week as well. And you're happy as well, it's Friday, because bring on the weekend, unless obviously you work, and then that sucks, and I feel for you. Well, I don't, but you know. What is everybody doing anyway, though? Jamie, welcome to the stream. What's going on, Caddy? How's it going? Can you hear you all good? Audio's all good? Sweet. It's pissing down, is it? It's quite warm here, man. I had to put the AC on again. It's quite sunny outside. It's supposed to be really warm tomorrow. I know, yeah. Did you see that? Damn. Getting all of the goals. The system in Tower Fantasy is super generous. I'm a fan. My monkey brain was going wild. How you feeling anyway though today, Jamie? You feeling better? You on the mend, hopefully, anyway. You gotta go back up to, like, see the... I would imagine that you'd be seeing a cardiologist, yeah. Hopefully they keep you on the right path. Yeah, there were some good balls, weren't they? Never in my life. Even Wuthering Waves could never. I know they like to say Genshin could never, but Wuthering Waves could never do that. Feeling a little better. I got to see the cardiologist Monday. I'm glad you're feeling a bit better, dude. Hopefully they can sort you out. Whatever needs to happen. Have you cut out the energy drinks as well? So I know you're partial to a nice energy drink, ain't you? Definitely have to cut those out. Not that I'm telling you how to live your life. Not that I'm a very good person to say that to anybody. Sitting I smoked weed for freaking 20 years. You know? I don't anymore. I'm a good boy. I'm a good boy now. Anybody got anything planned for the weekend? You doing anything? Doing anything nice? What day is it? Hold up a second. Alien. It's Romulus. Is it Romulus? Yeah. Release date 16th. Yeah. So I do want to go to the cinemas to see that. I haven't been to the cinemas. I don't think I've been to the cinemas since before the pandemic, you know. Me and Rosie never used to go often, but when we did, we'd like to, you know, get the special seats and, like, go all out. So I'm going to try and see if she wants to go and watch that. She watched the trailer of it. She's not big into, like, not that... Well, I know it's... The first one was, like, a horror film. She's not really into stuff that scares her. So I'm trying to get her to come. She doesn't seem too excited about doing it. But you know what? I won't drive. We'll get a taxi there and back. Can have a few beers, you know, have some food. Maybe go and go to the bowling alley as well. That might turn her around, maybe. I really want to go to the cinemas to see that. I feel like it's one of those films I need to watch at the cinema, you know. Any drinks? Coffee not drinking there no more. Just on the water. Hey, good lad, good lad. There's been some brand new films put on YouTube. Watch Deadpool. Yes, I want to watch a new Deadpool film. I do want to watch that. But, people have been saying nothing but good things about it, really. Apparently, the Borderlands film is ass, like really, really bad. And I haven't seen anybody say a good word about it, which is not great. I never really listened to reviews anyway, but the fact that it's kind of getting panned across the board is not a great look. Just looking at the cast choices, like, I've never been the biggest Borderlands fan anyway. You know, it's not really an IP that I was excited to see getting turned into a game. Yeah, just looking at the cast, I was like, this is a weird cast choice, and that was one of the big things that people were talking about. I might end up watching it at some point, but it's nothing I'm going to rush out to bother spending any time on now. Yeah, like, most places are really ragging on him. Really ragging on him. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Alien. Big fan of the Alien franchise. Alien and Aliens. Aliens is probably one of my favourite films ever. I love a bit of an alien sci-fi shit. Do you know what? Another film that's still probably in my top favourite films of all time, still now. Starship Troopers. Oh my god, I love that film. Absolutely love that film. So goated. Did you sort your phone out as well, Jamie? Give me a second here, I'm just checking something. Need to check my Gmail in a second. Oh, damn. Forgot to cancel my Humble Bundle. What's in Humble Bundle this month then? Considering I forgot to cancel it. Hey, it doesn't seem that bad this month actually. Sifu, High on Life, which I know you can get on Game Pass. Gotham Knights, I know. And Black Tail, what's that? Okay, I've never heard of that game. Okay. Astral Ascent. Diluvian Ultra, Universe Sale, and This Means War. Okay. Alright. Looks like a decent month this month, actually, on Humble Bundle. Nah, not yet, you broke. I was going to say, because what was it, your battery exploded, yeah? Should we get into watching some videos then, shall we, boys and girls? Watch some videos, then we get into Total Fantasy. Total Fantasy. Still enjoying myself as well so far. Again, I think I'm very easily pleased, man. I haven't really been hating 1.0 either. Don't get me wrong, I see the flaws in it, but I'm still having fun with it, man. I am still having fun with it. So we're gonna get onto that in a little bit. All right then, let's check out some videos. Let's check this one out actually, because I didn't even know that there was anything going on with Zenless. Well, let's check this one out then, because as I say, I didn't even know that there was a boycott with Zenless Zone Zero. I know there's been some issues going on with voice actors and people wanting to boycott Genshin. Or is this talking about the fact that people were on about boycotting Genshin, but Zenless made insane amounts of money anyway, so Huyo are still going to be pocketing that cash. Let's see what she's got to say. Melanie Mac Go Boom. Should check her out. I haven't seen any of her videos, but let's drop a preemptive sub and check out this content then, shall we? Let's see what the issue is.
Eastern game developer Hoyo has had a call for boycott for whitewashing and...
Okay, so we are talking about Natlan then. We are talking about Natlan. Yeah, as I said, a lot of the people who were involved in that boycott were just going to go and play Star Rail anyway and act like they were doing something, you know? It's just like, we'll stop putting money in the left hand and we'll put money in the right hand and pretend that we're being like, you know, we're doing something, man. We're bringing down Huyo.
Cultural
They're going to change things, promise.
In their games, like, namely, Genshin Impact. However, this has not gone anywhere. People are learning that, maybe these activists on X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it, aren't real. They don't.
Yeah, let's face it. There was probably a very... I genuinely don't think that most people will even stop playing a game over things like this. You know? Man, her tattoos are awesome. I just noticed that. Is that supposed to be Lara Croft there? Dude, that is an awesome tattoo. Just had to stop for a second then. You guys can see that very well. That is a really cool tattoo, that is. Anyway, I digress. Yeah, majority of the people who do end up having issues with video games anyway, usually tend to have a major issue with a game that they're really passionate about. And usually, unless it's like a really fundamental gameplay flaw, if it's usually something going on in the background, they'll continue to play the game anyway. Especially the people who are most vocal about it. They seem to be the ones who just continue playing also. And we just see that these boycotts just don't work. And I think it's because most of the people shouting about it are not playing the game anyway. You know, there's a small minority that will probably stop playing the game. Then there's a larger minority that are playing the game and are shouting about it. And then the majority of them don't even play the game. I know I'm totally pulling that out my ass, but I think it's the truth, you know, especially when it comes from Twitter anyway. Perpetually annoyed, upset and offended people are just finding the next thing that they can shout and scream about.
Don't reflect real life. You know, maybe these queerdos and woke activists.
Hey, what's going on, Voliga? They didn't even stop playing Genshin. True.
Are just on the internet and shouldn't be pandered to. So let's go ahead and dive into this story today. So here you have their change.org petition to stop cultural appropriation by whitewashing in MiHoYo games. Now apparently
see that like obviously the whitewashing situation, whatever. I understand that people want representation in video games and stuff, even though you're just not going to get it from MiHoYo. The idea that video games should stop cultural appropriation, to me, is just such a stupid idea that we wouldn't have any creative works if you wasn't able to take inspiration from cultures, from history, from individuals, from groups. You know, the idea that you should stop culturally appropriate, even though I just hate the term anyway, but stop taking inspiration from cultures of the past, cultures of the present, create your own fantasy world is just ridiculous. It's such an asshole approach at things, in my opinion.
This is even
like,
some English Genshin Impact English voice actors are also accusing the game of whitewashing and racism.
Well, they are going to do that, aren't they, at the end of the day? Because a lot of these people, especially Western English voice actors, are going to be working in a lot of Western games as well. And that's the groupthink nowadays, isn't it? And if they kind of go against the groupthink, they're going to be afraid that they're not going to get work. Some of them might genuinely believe this, but there's going to be a lot of people who are not going to want to say what they really think because of the fear of scaring the Western audience that's going to be mad about it, even though, let's face it, it's a very small audience. It's going to be journals and corporations that are more likely going to have an issue with it. It's all just so boring now, really.
Taking inspiration from other cultures, but whitewashing it. So they started this. They're calling out a couple different characters.
I like as well how they say whitewashing it when it's a Chinese game, you know? Who says that the characters are even white? I understand that they're light-skinned, but why is the default? Well, they're white, you know? What? You know, they're based on anime. Are we saying that all anime characters are white? You know? And I'm not saying that some aren't, because obviously there's different animes that are set all over the world, and some that are obviously in fantasy worlds, and some that it's never actually specified. But, like, I just think that's such a dumb point to come from, as well, as if they're just white. It's they're light-skinned, but they're not white.
From Genshin Impact as examples, and they, through this boycott, which they do have over 100,000 signatures, they want the solution for MiHoYo to engage with indigenous cultural consultants.
See, that as well, the idea that they have to do that, like, who says that that's the case? Because, so, all right then, if a game's based on something in Europe, they have to consult with European representation to be inspired by, you know, oh, you want to make a fantasy game that's got knights in it? Oh, you want to make a game that's got maybe like, you know, pixies and maybe like Celtic lore in it? Oh, Germanic lore? Oh, you ain't allowed to unless you speak to some representation. It's like, come on, nobody says that. So, like, why is it that needs to be in any other culture, even if it's an underrepresented culture? Like, the idea that it's maybe getting some representation anyway, isn't that a good thing? Oh, it's not the right kind of representation. It's like, it's tiring, isn't it?
They want them to get Sweet Baby inked. revise existing content to ensure accurate representation, commit to creating
if it was going to be accurate representation, it wouldn't be fantasy at the end of the day, you know? Right? Like, okay, all right, this fantasy world's based on Great Britain in the 11th century, but the dude shoots fire out of his hands. Well, actually, we can't do that because I don't remember anybody running around in 11th century, 10th century Great Britain shooting fire out of their hands, so it's not accurate. So we're gonna have to remove that, right? Change it to rocks. He can throw some rocks, maybe, and he's got a bronze sword or an iron sword potentially. Like, come on, man.
Diverse and inclusive characters.
Way to make stuff boring.
So sick of all these DEI characters. Diversity for the sake of diversity. We've seen this ruin games in the West, namely, like crazy. So can we just stop with this crap? But anyway, as reported by Niche Gamer here,
it won't stop until these companies understand that it's costing them more money than what it's worth. And I think hopefully that's starting to happen because you're seeing a lot of these projects sinking and failing now and they're not making the money. So once that starts to happen regularly, they'll stop, because at the minute, the people who are trying to continually push these subject matters, they get it's profitable, you know? It's like the anti-woke sort of content creation as well. It's profitable. So of course people are going to continue to do it because it's going to make the money. Not everybody, you know, but a lot of people's anger is used for small groups of people to make money. And until these companies just totally go, you know what, we're not going to listen to this anymore, it won't go away.
The Hoyoverse boycott fails miserably. Zenless Zone Zero earns nearly $100 million. All right, so which
is insane numbers. Like, just got to say that. Shout out to Zenless as well. Insanely impressive launch, isn't he? Really, really successful. And I admit, I think it's a good game as well. I do. I like the game. Although it's not my favourite gacha game, I definitely think it is a very good game. Well, a very good game. It's been a very good launch. It's a very fun game. That's what I should say. I don't think it's a very good game. I said before, I reckon it's like kind of a 6 out of 10. It's an okay game. It's very fun, though. That's what I should be saying.
Ongoing boycott against Hoyoverse, the developer behind Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, and Zenless Zone Zero has failed spectacularly, as Zenless Zone Zero raked nearly $100 million in July alone, right after launch. I mean, that's a huge launch. $100 million.
Mission failed, boys. We'll get them next time.
The boycott organizers, through a change.org petition, accuse Hoyoverse of cultural appropriation and whitewashing. The petition, which currently has over 104,000 signatures, accused their games.
And when you think about it, in the grand scheme of thing of the amount of people that play Genshin and Hoyoverse games, that's a drop in the ocean. And out of that 104,000 people that have signed that, how many do you reckon have ever touched a Hoyoverse game? You know, I bet I wouldn't be surprised if it's anywhere between 30 to 60% of the people who've signed that have never even touched a Hoyoverse game, let alone play Genshin Impact, to the point where it's annoying them that it's not representing something they care about in the video game, because they don't even care about the video games.
Of cultural appropriation and whitewashing, while also demanding the developer commit to accurate representation of all cultures. Why can't games just be fun?
Right.
Especially in these universes, they're making up their own universes. This is theirs.
So like, if Genshin do a really heavily based American culture, right, and it's you know, do they have to have a few 400-pound characters? It's like, those banners are going to do really well, aren't they?
So it's not.
It's got to be accurate. Come on.
It's not them falsely
representing my American friends.
A culture. It's them making their own. Let them make it how they want to make it. So, in particular, the many characters from Sumeru and Natlin in Genshin Impact, and from Penacony in Honkai Star Rail, are all clearly white or only lightly tanned at best, with the exception of some enemies.
Again, though, in my eyes, that's kind of like that's in your own bubble thing to say that they're clearly white. Who says that? You know, they're obviously light skinned, but who says they're white when it's coming from a Chinese developer and a genre that's based on Japanese anime? This idea that they're clearly white, for me, it's just like, Okay, in your eyes, to you.
NPCs, the latter of which has sparked concerns of racism among players in indigenous communities. The petition further declares cultural appropriation and whitewashing perpetuate harmful stereotypes and diminish the rich cultural heritage of indigenous communities.
How do they perpetuate harmful stereotypes? Because they're literally not like conforming to any of the stereotypes, because they're just taking the inspiration for potentially the setting and maybe some names of some individuals and then just fantasizing it. Like, in my opinion, that removes any idea of all of the potential stereotypes that people could think are there. Am I wrong in that? I think if you look at, like, I don't know, let's just say you look at something based in European history and then you fantasize it and it's totally abstract from the real history, I don't understand where the harmful stereotypes come from there, unless, I don't know, you've got some dude who talks like this and he's got really bad teeth. I don't know.
These practices not only misrepresent cultures, but also contribute to ongoing marginalization and disrespect. It then lists demands. Mihoyo to get yes, this is where they want them to get the sweet
Sire, I can't eat the meat. My teeth have fallen out and my gums are soft.
baby
It's
ink
like,
treatment. Talk to companies like Sweet Baby Ink. And if you don't know about that, oh my goodness, Sweet Baby Ink has been responsible for the failure of some games with massive budgets that tanked because of Sweet Baby Ink's woke consultation and involvement.
The thing is as well, though, we've got to stop putting it all onto Sweet Baby Inc. Don't get me wrong. They are like what seems to be almost like a tumor in the gaming industry. But at the same time, let's not take all the blame away from the people within the publishers and the developers who are making the decisions to allow this consultation to really change things that they'd originally created. Now, it's one thing if they've created something and, you know, Sweet Baby Inc. come in and go, well, that's fine, whatever. And I understand that Sweet Baby Inc. are trying to change things in video games, but they're allowing those things to be changed. Even if it's under threat of, oh, we're going to bring mobs down on you. Because I know there was that speech from the one who, I don't know if she was like the co-founder of Sweet Baby Inc. or the CEO or whatever she is, that she was, you know, she basically alluded to them kind of coercing companies to be involved with them because, you know, the communities would bring, you know, them into disrepute in terms of the reputation and stuff. That's still on the developer and the publisher to say, well, okay, we're just going to not listen to you, though, because at the end of the day, we're making a product that we want our consumers to enjoy. And if those people get mad about it, then let them be mad kind of thing.
All right, so yeah, they want to do all this stuff. In addition to this petition, an X account called HYV Boycott also declares, I think it's safe to say that we have all had enough of the erasure of our cultures and identities. Today, I introduce you all to Boycott Hoyoverse. We will be an account sharing how you can boycott. Spread the word. Anything helps.
And you know what I found as well? A lot of these people who talk about erasure of their culture and their identities typically are people that have a history linked to a particular culture, but they live in the West and they don't practice any of the culture that they claim is being erased at all. They become very westernized. They become very, you know, commercial centric, live their life in that way. But then they talk about erasure of their culture. And then when you tend to see people who are actually from these cultures, now I'm generalizing a little bit here, and this is anecdotal from things I've seen, when you tend to see people that are actually from those places and from those cultures, tend to be kind of happy that their culture's even getting represented, even if it's in a entirely fantastistical way and doesn't actually really represent the culture, but it's inspired by it. They're just like, dude, this is kind of cool, because that's kind of how I feel. And obviously, I suppose, being British, we get the privilege that there's been many fantasy works based on Britain because of just the history of Britain, you know, and Europe in general in that regards. But when I see, you know, when I start watching an anime and I see, oh, you know, there's just little things in the anime that you can tell is inspired by British history and British culture and historical moments and people, or things that have happened in British history, and they've made it into like this total fantasy version of it. I'm like, dude, that's cool, man. in my opinion, because it's like, hey, that's like, oh, that place, they're talking about a place that's not far up the road from me, and this has been made into a Japanese anime, and I just think that's kind of cool. And I guess it's a little bit different because I suppose we get overrepresented in that degree, and I know that'd be an argument. But I just always find that a lot of these people that say this sort of stuff have lost all links to their own culture anyway, because they've chose to just live in a Western style culture. But then when they see their culture being used, it angers them, and it's like, you don't even really care about your own culture, really, do you?
Then don't play this game. Play a game that represents your culture if you can only play games
Exactly,
that represent
exactly.
your culture, which is stupid. But
It's an anime game. It's not based on real life. I think they need to chill. Exactly. That's the thing. It's not that deep. That's all you really need to say to these people. It's not that deep. Just don't play it if you don't like it.
like, it doesn't have to be this boycott.
But you're gonna, ain't ya? Because you're addicted. You're addicted to the gamba.
Play what you like, and all
You
this
want the big
stuff
titty
that does do
waifus.
what you want them to do,
You
especially
can't help
for
it.
the sake of it, they're failing. So you might need to help them. Might need to help them out with their games. Support their stuff, because as we've seen as a trend, doesn't do so well. It's not doing so well. All of the DEI, Sweet Baby Inc. stuff, not faring well at all. The account adds, there has been a distinct lack of darker skin tones represented in the game. Characters from these cultures are actively being heavily referenced but are being whitewashed. This is especially noticeable in and ever present in not only Sumeru and Netland, but also in other nations. These practices not only misrepresent said cultures, but also...
It's not their duty to represent that said culture, though, you know? And I don't think there's any duty upon anybody creating a fictional world that if they're inspired by anything, they have to represent it. That's, in my opinion, that's not how it works. Like, if you want to create a fantasy world, that's the whole point. It's fantasy. And if you want to take a historical version, or you're inspired by any individual culture, country, whatever, and make it totally different, that's fine as well at the end of the day, because it's fantasy. It's not real.
Also contribute to the ongoing marginalization and disrespect that is perpetuating colorism further in the media, causing even more harm than good to communities and groups of individuals who are a part of them, the account stated. Several voice actors have also voiced their support for the boycott. And Yatko, who voices Raiden Shogun in Genshin Impact, posted, I really hope that a video game company listens to its fan base when valid criticism is made multiple years in a row about the execution of its
Hey, listen, they can't even get rid of the shitty stamina bar and sort the dailies out, you know? And that's a genuine criticism about the game, and they ain't fixed that. You think they're gonna fucking listen to this shit? Come on, man.
Research and inclusion of elements/aspects of other cultures. Here's the thing about voice actors is a lot of them are very woke, but then there's some of them who aren't, that have to stay quiet. Because voice actors especially, they be getting canceled.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't think it's just voice actors. I think if you work in any form of entertainment nowadays, you have to toe the line, don't you? Because, like, again, I don't like to turn this into left versus right, but we all know, it doesn't matter what side of politics you're on, really. We all understand where Western media in general, from films to TV to newspapers to whatever it might be, kind of sits. There's a reason why the internet, in regards to individuals creating news and creating this sort of content, does so well, because it's kind of the lone voice against the cacophony of a one-sided conversation. So of course people who choose to work in that space do have to be quiet, and I don't judge them at all for it, because they've got bills to pay and they might have mouths to feed, and they're not going to speak out against the people who are paying them. Of course, I would never expect them to be fair, but yeah, she's definitely right on that.
Happens. So yeah, a lot of them feel like they have to be quiet, or you have this vocal one here on the woke brigade, right? And you see these 24,000 likes. See all of this 6,000 likes here and stuff, but does this actually translate? Not really. Whenever you're seeing actual success.
You can't use Twitter as any sort of base with this stuff as well, because let's face it, Twitter's just a cesspit of perpetually angry people on all walks of life. You know, I keep saying it's like Twitter's where like the last few brain cells go to fight it out to the death. You know, 90% of the people who are interacting with this probably don't even play video games, let alone play Genshin.
Success for this company. Albedo voice actor Koi Dao also shared on X, if a game draws so heavily from real-world cultures and bases a character on the supreme deity of Yoruba religion, and that character ends up looking like pale Sasuke Batman, people are absolutely within their rights to demand better representation, especially when said game has a clearly stated commitment to a global.
And I guarantee you, all of these people wouldn't get offended at all of the different interpretations of the Judeo-Christian God, and this is coming from somebody who's not religious. The Judeo-Christian God in all works of fantasy. Like, dude, have you seen some of the creative works that people create about angels and God and some of them are seriously badass as well, but people who are of extreme religious faith, who are really fervently religious and are Christians, would probably find them highly offensive. But that happens. So, like, let's stop pretending that that's not something that happens across the. Well, it doesn't happen across the board, but definitely when it comes to Christianity, that gets creatively mocked quite regularly, actually.
Global audience. He added, "I hope y'all keep making make your voices heard, and I hope they listen." Dude, that's the thing though, is nobody is thinking that Genshin Impact.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. I agree with that. It's hard to get into the industry, but at the same time, if you are going to be incredibly vocal about the place you're working for and it affects you to that level, it's like, well, find some, because like you say, come and work in Western companies, you'll find plenty of that space. But I understand, and you should be able to criticize your boss. You should be able to criticize your boss, definitely. But I think there's so many people who are like, they're almost like champagne socialists in a sense of that they want to complain about the thing, but they'll happily cash a check from the thing. Which again, I don't have an issue with, but I just think sometimes people really try to plant themselves in this really virtuistic position, and they're not really that morally superior to anybody else.
Impact is trying to be realistic. Nobody thinks Genshin Impact is a historically accurate game. It doesn't.
But I agree with that. If it does bother you that much, then just go work somewhere else. If it's that important to your morals, so there's always an option too. Hey, Gremlin.
Doesn't pretend to be. Let Genshin Impact have their characters look how they want to have them. The boycott and these actors' complaints seem to have had little to no impact in Hoyoverse's revenue. According to Gacha Revenue, Zenless Zone Zero generated $68.8 million from Chinese players and another $31 million from its global base in July, totaling
Still absolutely insane. Like, don't get me wrong, I expected Zenless to be a success. I said from the start, when everybody was really divided about it, I said, in my opinion, it's definitely not the best Hoyo game, and it's like a 6 out of 10, but it's lots of fun. But it is going to do very well. It's going to be in the top 10 for the foreseeable future, and it's going to be regularly in the top 5, if not staying in the top 5 for the foreseeable future, and probably dropping out here and there when there's lulls in content and other games are dropping big bang updates. That there'll be that sort of rotation, but it'll always be up there with the most successful games now.
$99.8 million.
Unless they really screw the
Rail
pooch.
Earned $21 million from its global player base and another $19.3 million from China, making a total of $40.3 million. This is a decrease from June when the game earned $35 million globally and $60 million in China, totaling $95.5 million. As for Genshin Impact, it grossed $19.3 million in China and another $18 million globally, totaling $30.
And I've heard some people talking about the drop in Genshin, because it has had a drop, saying that that's to do with the boycott. They're making it, there's some sort of relevancy there, where, hey, there might be a small percent, but the reason why Genshin and Honkai's had a reduction in its revenue as well is because a lot of those people who are spending on those have just rotated into Zenless to spend on that in launch. That's all that's happened. That's why Zenless has had such a massive spike and they've come down. It's because a big chunk of the low spenders and the whales have just moved across into the other Hoyo game.
$37.3 million. This is also a decrease from June when it grows $38.5 million in China and $29 million globally, totaling 67.5 million. All right, so while Honkai Star Rail and Genshin Impact saw a drop, Zenless Zone Zero offset this decline combined. See, this is probably has a lot to do with it, as well as a lot of these players of these other games are hopping on Zenless Zone Zero. Honkai Star Rail and Genshin Impact saw their revenue fall by $85.4 million. However, as mentioned earlier, Zenless Zone Zero pulled in nearly $100 million in its first month. Overall, with Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail, Hoyoverse grossed $163 million in June. In July, between
so overall that's an 8.8% increase in revenue from month to month. So no matter what happened, there definitely was any impact from the boycotts. They actually increased the revenue. Not only did the people rotate into Zenless, but more people spent it anyway overall.
Between Zenless Zone Zero, Genshin Impact, and Honkai Star Rail, Hoyoverse grossed $177.4 million. That's an 8.8% increase in revenue from month to month. This is also an increase from May, when Honkai Star Rail grossed $55 million in China and another $36 million globally, for a total of $91 million. Genshin Impact grossed $30.3 million in China and another $23 million.
Well, that makes sense. It's going to be increased from them, because now they've got 3 games instead of 2, haven't they? Even though those games have had a drop in their revenue, and Genshin's is continually going down, I would say anyway. I'm not 100% sure that if it's been linear, but I think it's starting to taper down, just because the game's been out for 4 years now and there's a lot more competition. But they've got 3 games now instead of 2, haven't they? So overall, the revenue, it's not a shock that it's gone up.
Globally, for a total of $53.3 million. Combined, the 2 games grossed $144 million in May. July's grosses are 23% higher than May's. What do you make of Hoyoverse's? All right, so anyway, yeah, there's that. Honestly, Genshin Impact.
They're printing cash. That's what I make of that. Hoyoverse continue to freaking print cash. They're laughing. They're looking at all this stuff and going, boys, we're getting rich, baby. You know? It's like, they don't care.
Really fun. But what keeps me from playing Genshin Impact isn't that characters are too white. It's what keeps me from playing it as much as I don't like having to play as set characters. I wanted to create my own character and get
stamina.
It's literally the only thing that keeps me from playing it right now.
Dailies.
But yeah,
in-game's trash.
Anyway, I can tell you one thing, and what all of these activists want is they also are constantly pioneering for the uglification of characters, as we've seen happen a ton in the West. And I can tell you that because that's the thing, is there's always this, oh, you're objectifying this character if they make them too cute. So if they start, okay, let's make some of our characters more brown, more tan, more black, this, that, and the other, then if they're too cute, it's going to be, oh no, you're objectifying this character. And so what we constantly see with games right now,
End of the day, with certain parts of the internet, vocal parts of it, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. I'm not saying that everybody feels that way. Again, I genuinely understand people wanting representation in games and in IP. People want to see themselves in stuff. I get that, And I suppose living in the West, when it comes to like films and games and stuff, I've had that ability that I get that. But I also don't care about seeing myself in a character. And I know some people will argue that, well, that's because you see it all the time. But I don't really, because most of the characters in my favourite stuff are characters that really aren't realistic in a way, because they're either like super powerful beings or they're just really, really like unbelievably, I guess, almost sinless characters. And you can see, you can hope to be the better parts of those characters, but you're not represented anyway, because they're not realistic representations of human beings, let alone any particular group of human beings. But you're just damned if you do and damned if you don't with certain sections of the internet, because it doesn't matter where you go or what you do, they're gonna be offended or annoyed by something. And going back to what you said as well, Nine, I agree with that. At the end of the day, they are going to use different cultures and regions as more of just a canvas, really, aren't they? It's not to represent that culture. It's that those things look kind of cool and it's different from this thing. Let's use that to create this new nation. And maybe we'll even pick some sort of individuals from history maybe, and we'll create a character out of that. Like, it's like, let's face it, Egypt has been a massive base for a lot of people when it creating fantasy works, as an, you know, you think of a lot of different fantasy works, games, whatever it might be, big universes where they're creating different cultures and they're adding stuff all the time, whether it might be like a games, a tabletop game to a card game to a video game or whatever. Usually something that's kind of based on Egyptian mythology kind of slips in there, doesn't it? And at the end of the day, you don't need to necessarily represent Egypt itself. It's just using that as a canvas to create something magical. And I think like certain cultures have really cool history that really lends itself to creating those things, doesn't it? And to me personally, again, this is why I almost feel like not pride, because I never was involved in it, but you know, when stuff's based on UK history, I'm like, that dude, that's cool. That's just up the road, that is. And I get it, because we've got like a rich, cool history over thousands of years, and it's, of course, it's going to be used because it's interesting, isn't it? And I think as people educate themselves more on different parts of the world that are not necessarily well known to people, they're going to start to be used more, because it's like, oh, this story, or this, people don't know about this particular culture, but there's some really cool things, but I don't want to actually like write a biography on the culture. I just want to use some of the things that have happened in their history as a way to create some fantasy stuff, because it looks cool. Like,
in the West, there's the uglification of characters, including whenever they do add,
I gotta say though, man, she's got some awesome tattoos as
the
well.
diverse cast. For some reason, they make they want to make them as ugly as possible. It's really weird. So I can tell you one thing: these games would be a colossal failure if they implemented those strategies and started uglifying their characters. But hey, looks like they're doing pretty good. They definitely don't need to be listening or paying any attention to this stupid boycott that's not really doing anything. So anyway, there you have it for...
Well, they haven't listened, and neither of the people playing the game either. That's evident in terms of how much revenue Hoyo are making. So at the end of the day, nobody's listened. And I bet probably a big majority of the people who were involved in the annoyance around the boycott and who said they were going to boycott the game didn't listen either, and went on to continue playing the game as well. But yeah, good video. Melanie Mac Go Boom dropped her a sub. I have to check some other videos as well. But yeah, it was evident that it was going to fail, wasn't it? I don't think anybody really genuinely thought that it was gonna make a big difference. Let's face it, Genshin players and fans have been calling for many changes within the game for years now, and changes that fundamentally would improve the game without impacting any revenue or annoying any other regions of Hoyo's fan base, and they still haven't done those things. So this was never going to happen, was it really? It was never going to happen. I saw people saying they're boycotting them wild away. Exactly. What's going on, Lily? Andy watching you on the stream. I'll wait till it's done because I need subtitles to understand you. Have a nice day, and check if you got SR Relic Boxing, Terra Fancy. And, okay, all right, no worries, Lily. Is it my accent? Is it because I'm from Wolverhampton? They do, no, and they do, yeah, they do. We saw that when Wuthering dropped, didn't we? Now, don't get me wrong. There's toxic audiences, but there is like some people who are really, really attached to Hoyo games, and like, and I suppose a lot of it though comes from like the sunk cost fallacy, doesn't it? Because they've spent a lot of money, I guess. It's kind of like it reminds me a little bit like, you know, like the console wars. You know, when people will argue, like, and they'll argue about how much developers have made and how much publishers have made profit and how much Sony are making. Well, Xbox are investing in all these different things and they're worth all this and they're making all this back on profit and they're going to control this and they're going to control that. And nah, Sony are going to... It's like, why do you care? Have you got stocks and shares in either of these companies? It's like you you want to have a good system to play on. And at the end of the day, competition's good for all of us, isn't it? And I think too many people forget that they've got their little favourite thing over here and they're like, no, I don't want anybody to challenge it. I've got to keep it. And it's like, you do realise that if other things pop up that compete with the thing you like, your thing should inevitably get better, because they're going to be like, okay, We don't want to start losing audience, so we're going to make a better product now. And then you benefit, and it's amazing. That's why competition at the end of the day is better for the consumer. But so many people just don't get that and just want to glaze corporations, and it's just like, why? You know? It's fine to glaze a product if you really enjoy a product and be like, dude, I like this game. It's so freaking cool. But why do you care? Like, you know, if somebody's like really into Call of Duty, do you care that Bobby Kotick just bought another fucking yacht? Like, come on, bro. Don't benefit you, you know? End of the day, if another company challenges Bobby Kotick's fucking business, then surely you get a better product at the end of the day. Fuck his yacht. Yo, what's going on, Neo? I'm such a bitch. I installed Wuthering Waves after not being able to beat Impermanence, Heron, Hollow 2, and then later I had to reinstall because I can't stop fucking playing the game. Hey, he's addicted, boys. We got him. We got him. We got him. I like it. The rage uninstall. Nice. I like it. And gacha games are especially weird. I agree with that. You know, somebody who plays them now myself, you know, I think we're all one level off mental illness, aren't we? That's why we're here. That's why we're here. Terry gets a lot of hate from Huyo fans. It's like they just hate its existence, still bring up launch issues that would fix it if they're still there. Yeah, I agree. I've seen a lot of people who hate on Terra Fantasy, like, really weirdly. Now, don't get me wrong. As somebody who's just started playing the game, I understand that it's nowhere near the sort of, like, polish of something like Wuthering Waves. The game's fine. I've been having fun with it. And at the end of the day, games don't all have to hit the same spot. You know what I mean? And I think some people forget that sometimes. They're like, it's like it'd be a boring world if everything was like the same level of competency and the same level of focus as well, if that makes sense. And I'm not saying that Terra Fantasy is incompetent. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, I've been enjoying it so far. It's been fun. I just love the combat, and I couldn't leave Shea behind like that. Hey, the combat is great, though. The combat is great. Yeah, I think that's probably what it is, Nyan. That some of the audience, that is all the play. Now, you'd think that's all I play, but trust me, I don't. Like, I only started playing gacha games last year, really. I started playing Genshin after spending like a year or so, like, laughing at the game, being like, we'll play that shit. And then I played, and I was like, oh, actually, I kind of like this. This is actually a good game. I like it. And then I played Star Rail. And then I played Snowbreak, and I checked out freaking what did I check out? Check Brown Dust out on phone. That's the only one I've played on mobile. And then I checked out Reverse 1999, and obviously Wuthering Waves and Zenless, and I've been having a blast with them. But I come from like old school JRPGs, first person shooters, you know what I mean? Like, I'm a big first person shooter fan. I used to play Call of Duty. So Call of Duty probably still to this day is my most played game ever. You know, CSGO, Valorant, you name it, action games, story games. I play a bit of everything, really. The only genre that I probably don't play is RTS games, but I did love a little bit of Command and Conquer back in the day when I was a kid. Loved to play Command and Conquer. But yeah, that's probably, and MOBAs. And not because I don't like MOBAs, I'm just so bad at them. I don't know what it is. I can't use any transferable skills into MOBAs. I don't know. I just can't do it. I'm just trash at them. I try, but I'm too low IQ, I think. I'm just too low IQ and I can't make it happen. Hey, what's going on, Mooming? Welcome to the stream. Is anyone else having an issue with Wuthering Waves the loot mapper not being accurate? Oh, I don't know. I haven't noticed myself, but then again, I've still got lots of chests to get. I haven't really used it that much, if I'm honest. That's one thing I do need to do. I need to start doing a bit of mint picking on Wuthering Waves, actually. Kind of feel bad for Sticks. Man's barely eating from missing info clickbait. Yeah, Six Defo to blame for the clickbait, dead game, buggy servers, bad videos. Yeah, you know what though? He actually, the NTE devs did reach out to him and said that they want to, I don't know if they necessarily they want to work with him in terms of a sponsorship, but they said they want to work with him in regards to, you know, like consumer feedback. So, I guess they've let it fly really. He's in CC program, gets shit on a lot in the Discord, does he? 6 makes me laugh though, man. Oh, really? I don't know, Nyan. I don't know, actually. That's funny. Yeah, that might be true as well. Like, let's just try to appease him a little bit. But yeah, even with, like I say, before I played Terra Fantasy, like, you can look back at some of my videos, and even before, like, I was doing any sort of reaction videos when I was just watching videos on stream, I was just like, dude, he has got a hard on for hating on this game. But it kind of made me laugh, because it was one of those things where it's like, it almost be just, I like, tuned out almost, because I was just like, oh, here he goes again, Terra Fantasy. Like, dude, he'd be talking about something that's got nothing to do with Terra Fantasy, and he'd find some way to loop it back round to just roast Terra Fantasy. Which, like, in my head, it was just like, I think it's a bit of a running joke as well, maybe, with him, you know? I don't know. Yeah, I agree with that. I think, especially in the gacha space as well, though, I think a lot of people tend to do that sort of content anyway. And I think it's just because if your content creation's based around gacha games, and I can't, listen, I can't judge. I make vapid reaction videos at the end of the day. But I think because of the content cycle of gacha games. I think because people get lots of content really close together in big chunks, and then there's a big, long period of like a lull in the game. There's not much happening. There's not much going on. There's not much really to report in terms of a content creation, a guide, news or whatever it might be, depending on your channel. That it leads people to maybe try and create that sort of content. I think that's why there's a lot of drama between CCs in the gacha space, isn't it? Because there's nothing to talk about in the game, so people are like, let's go attack this other dude, he'll make some content, and then you get a bunch of drama, and then a new patch drops, and everybody stops hating on each other because they want to go back and play the game, and then it all starts over again, kind of thing. Because, like, I originally found Sticks from the MMO Bite channel, actually. Because, like, I'd watch his content when he'd be like, upcoming MMOs. Because, like, I was at the period, like, obviously, I've been dabbling in Final Fantasy 14 recently, but I was looking for, like, an MMO that I could get into again. And like, recently, like, I've been playing a bit of Guild Wars 2 again. And, obviously, I play Final Fantasy 14. I'm new to Final Fantasy 14. That's why I'm looking forward to Throne and Liberty, even though it's got its issues. And that's how I kind of found Sticks. And then, obviously, I found him after the fact via just watching gacha videos and him popping up, kind of thing. Yeah, it's definitely overacted. Yeah, I genuinely think a lot of the guys, sometimes they're like, listen, I made this video, it's all just bullshit, it's just for the content, which is fine at the end of the day, I guess. But I think most of it's not real issues or umbrage taken with something that somebody said. It's just like, I think the community might find this annoying, so let me talk on it as if I'm voicing for the community. And I'm not saying that some of it's not genuine, but I think some people just look for it a little bit, don't they? Yeah, I agree with that, Volagat. I think that's the I think that's the pretty much the deal with all communities. I think people just like drama, don't they? At the end of the day, I think they do. Which I don't mind a bit of drama, like. I watch Wings of Redemption videos. I don't know if any of you guys know who Wings of Redemption is. But he's an old school Call of Duty content creator from back in the day, and he's a bit of a lolco now. And I from time to time, when I'm doing something on my computer, I'll maybe watch a stream when he's playing something like Rainbow Six Siege. But I tend to watch like videos, troll videos, basically, of like compilations or just stuff that's taken from his previous stream, like of him getting angry or arguing with his teammates and stuff like that. That I kind of find funny. And I do from time to time watch the Lolco live podcast because I just think it's funny. But I like light-hearted drama, I do, where it's like, this is not that deep. Nobody's getting hurt over it. It's just a bit of banter almost. But like, some of the drama that's been going on recently in gaming, when it starts to get to like you know, like we all know what I'm talking about, bad stuff. I don't like to like get involved with that stuff because like I'm like, man, this is real world shit that I just like, you know, this is I don't want to be involved in all this like. Drama is fun, but too much can really suck the life out of you. Agree, agree. Sticks your doom post for Wuthering Waves. Hey, I think if it becomes an acceptable viewpoint, I wouldn't be surprised if he does. I think the thing is though, I've noticed that in his community tab, he does a lot of which the best gacha game and what's your favorite game and what you're playing the most. And Wuthering Waves always tops the scales. So I think like his community for the most part is into that. So I don't think he would. But there's a lot of Genshin players that like to see that sort of content, I guess. Although, so you know, sometimes you got to look outside the community, I guess. One of my favourite monthly dramas is the Gacha Revenue. Years ago, I used to follow our community commentary channels, but a lot, but in the end, it was just the same. I think it's the same all over. Banter's great, but all that horrid drama is awful. Yeah, yeah, it's just like at the end of the day, I think we all play video games and we watch streams and we come on YouTube to escape, don't we? We're either at work or we're chilling or we're just playing a video game. It's like, right, let's stick a stream up on in the other monitor when I'm kind of just like brainless playing a video game. You know, you're just grinding something or you just switched off and you kind of want to watch something, or it's Friday night and you're having a few beers and you're like, you know what, I'm going to play some games and I'm going to watch somebody on YouTube. It's a bit of escapism. And now and again, we want to be informed on stuff that's a little bit, you know, crappy. But yeah, when people bathe in that sort of stuff all the time, it's just like, yeah, man, this is just too deep, man. You know, the world's a bad enough place as it is. Like, it's like I just want to laugh at some funny stuff and maybe some people getting roasted because I said some dumb shit in a video game here and there. But most of the time, I just want to watch video game stuff. This is times that you can kind of chill without looking at YT vids and seeing the fire. Man, do you know what? I think like that sometimes. I have that nostalgia, and then the internet will go out, like, you know, on the rare occasion that it does, and I'm just like, fucking hell, man. Yo, I need to, I can't get on the, oh shit, I gotta put the data on my phone and get on the net, man. You know? Anytime the internet goes down now, man, I feel like a lost little child. Like, mama, mama, you know? Drama is what Twitter is for. The rest of the world deals it accordingly. Right? Yeah. That's what I was saying as well. When it comes to that stuff, talking about the boycott stuff with Zenly, I mean Genshin, it's all happening on Twitter. Who cares what people say on Twitter anyway? You know what I mean? Twitter's the asylum at the end of the day. Gacha community takes tribalism to the extremes. It's like you're not allowed to play games from different companies. It's well like, yeah, I have noticed that some of that. There is some of that, like it's just weird, isn't it? It is. It's weird. But then again, I've seen that from community channels. You know, when a person's like solely based on covering like Xbox content, say, and then they'll play like a game that's on PC or, if God forbid, a PlayStation game, and I see a lot of that there, and it's just like still. And then you'll look, and a lot of the time it's coming from grown ass men as well, which is kind of weird. You know, it's one thing if you see like a 13-year-old doing it, and it's like, all right, whatever, he's 13, you know. I don't know what I'd have been like on the internet when I was 13, you know what I mean? I'm glad I wasn't, because like I fear for my reputation as I got older. But when you see grown ass people doing it, it's like, bro, come on, man, sort your shit out. Give me a second, I'll be back and we'll watch a couple of other videos. freaking neighbours keep feeding the foxes round here, and then like getting like really brazen now. They just keep coming in my garden in the daytime and sitting on my shed. And, like they got mange and shit and shitting in my garden. It's pissing me off. I don't want to let my dog out, man, when they're out there. Well, that's it, isn't it? That's the thing. Things haven't really changed. It's just the internet allows weirdos a megaphone, doesn't it? So we see it a lot more, don't we? Something totally different here. I don't know what. I haven't heard anything about this video. I want to check it out. One peg. This new extraction shooter is enshrouded in mystery. I don't even know about a new extraction shooter apart from a Delta Force that's coming. So I'm curious. Maybe we can start looking for this then, because I do like myself a little bit of extraction shooters as well. So let's see.
What's up, everybody? It's One Peg here. So as I was ending the stream today, I came across a game trailer for this game called Hunger that looks like it's trying to enter the fray for the PvPvE extraction, like slasher, dungeon crawling genre, if you want to think about it that way. So I'll play the trailer for y'all, but it looks very macabre. It looks kind of spooky.
Okay, interesting.
I guess is the best way to put it. There's a guy that shows up in the trailer that's kind of got like this bug eye mask on. They don't really show much gameplay at all. There is a little bit for a few seconds toward the end. It kind of is reminiscent of Hunt Showdown, if I'm being honest.
Do you know what? That's what I thought straight away. That as soon as I saw that tree, I was like, are we getting like a melee version of Hunt Showdown here? Which is another awesome game. That's getting a new map soon, actually, like very soon, actually. We'll have to check that out when the new map drops.
Exactly what they're trying to go for in terms of an aesthetic here. But as it's described, they say that this takes place during the Napoleonic era of Europe. They call...
Oh, that's it, man. I think we need to boycott this game because if I remember rightly, this never happened in the Napoleonic era in Europe. And I'm a bit pissed.
Call this the world after the end. So we're in like this alternate timeline where a plague, referring to the plague's wrath, the monsters having the quote unquote the hunger. This plague has ripped across Europe that has kind of wrecked everybody and their life. And now you're kind of like this treasure hunter. Fortune awaits those that brave or are foolish enough to venture out from the
so that it looks like there is ranged weapons in there as well then. Okay, cool.
Of the chateau into the world after the end. So in the description on Steam, they talk about having rifles and pistols or the ability to lob explosive glass grenades with an experimental hand mortar. And then if none of that works, you have a melee weapon as backup. So it doesn't sound like...
So I guess we're going to have some range, but it's going to be probably like Hunt, but on steroids in the terms of your weapons. You're not getting like obviously auto weapons or stuff, but it's going to be very, you miss your shots. Okay, right, we're going fisticuffs kind of thing now, you know?
Slashing is really like the primary focus here. Again, kind of like how Hunt works. If you want to stay a little bit more quiet, you use the melee option. Yeah. But they are looking at having special abilities depending on the class or character.
Like freaking Scarlett Johansson?
Character archetype that you choose, so it's got some amount of RPG element to it. They also did have some other screen caps on top of the trailer.
Dude, this looks just like Hunt Showdown, really, in a way. You know? Oh, I'm definitely interested in this. I'm going to keep my eye on this now.
Trailer that kind of make it look very, like I said, Hunt Showdown-ish, with maybe a little bit more in the rolling hills side of things. But my question was, I had never heard of Good Fun Corporation or Good Fun Games before. Who the hell are they? And if you go to the website, it doesn't really show you much. It's a...
Good Fun... That name sounds familiar to me. Good Fun Games? Pretty sure I've heard of Good Fun Games, unless I'm tripping.
A little bit off-putting, actually. It's weird and it doesn't navigate very well. And it's the mouse cursor on the website is a freaking $sign. I'm sure this is like a reference to something. I just don't know what. Maybe I'm just not in on the joke. But eventually, when navigating it, you can get to this game's webpage that only shows hunger and has the face of something else kind of just sitting underneath it. Again, I'm not really sure what this is. Maybe there's somebody smarter than me that understands the reference. And that's really it. Like, there isn't any other reference to any of this. It doesn't show a website. There's nothing else listed. And on the website, there's no contact information. So I had to go digging a little bit. And it turns out that I found incorporating documents in the UK. So this is a UK-based company founded in July of 2013. So it's only just shy north of a year old. In the incorporating documents, it lists one major shareholder, Mr. Maximilian Gaetano Michael Ria, otherwise known as Max Ria. Max Ria is the former CEO of Black Matter, the creators of Hell Let Loose. Now, if you're relatively unfamiliar with the IP for Hell Let Loose, let me help you. Black Matter Studios sold Hell Let Loose back in January of 2022 for approximately $31 million, with an extra $15 million kicker for good performance.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think he's, when was he? It was prior to that sale that I actually played Hell Let Loose. It's been a while now since I played Hell Let Loose, actually. The game is, it's good though. It just, I don't know, wasn't really for me.
Where the devs of Black Matter were supposed to stay on and help guide the IP further, with Team 17 being as the umbrella company and owner. Now, that purchase price went directly to Max Ria, the CEO of Black Matter, who I'm guessing had some type of contractual obligation to stick around for a little while. And then in February of 2023, Max announces that he is closing up Black Matter Studio and moving on, creating Good Fun Corporation. Somewhere around the point in time that the studio sold the IP off to Team 17, Max did an article with NME on NME.com, the author Jake Tucker, where Max was quoted as saying, "Our next game will be a fantasy game, so we can just make this stuff up, honestly."
No, you can't. No, you can't. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. If you're gonna take any inspiration, bro, no. You need to get a freaking ambassador. You need to speak to some people, because if you're doing some Napoleonic stuff, the French ain't gonna be happy. You know what I'm saying?
Talking about how the Russian faction being added to this World War II.
Oh, that's it. That's even worse now. Oh, wait a minute. We're talking about. Oh, okay, yeah, we're talking about Hell Let Loose there with the Russian faction. Okay.
Them had to be very, very historically accurate, and a lot of work went into that. And of course, he was saying it in a joking manner, but now here we are with Hunger, which is obviously much more fantasy angled and doesn't necessarily have to adhere to as much historical accuracy.
Yeah, it does.
This video is
yeah, it does. I clicked on a video by mistake. Yeah, it does. You're not allowed to have fantasy worlds that are inspired by other places and not have it look entirely realistic and represent everything correctly, dude.
As a game
you not
like
know
Hell Let Loose did. Now, of course, the opinions vary wildly across the board. There are people that look at someone like Max having started this studio as being a new, fresh, and interesting IP that people could then maybe sink their teeth into. There are other people that look at Max as kind of like this smooth-talking CEO that overpromised and underdelivered in terms of Hell Let Loose and its ongoing issues with its player base and how they feel the game should be played and how certain mechanics are capable of being circumvented and whatnot, and exploits still abound in a game like HLL. Now, whether or not any of that ties into this game Hunger as being any damn good, obviously time will tell. But they're going to have to do an awful lot of work to set themselves away from an IP that's as successful as Hunt Showdown has been.
I don't think that it will, really, because to me, this is nothing, like, I wouldn't even categorize it. Obviously, it's people who worked on that game, but obviously we can't say anything about the game yet. We've seen a couple of screenshots that look cool. Looks very much like Hunt Showdown, I must say, though. Yeah, you know, which I don't have a problem with, because Hunt Showdown's probably got one of the most immersive aesthetics, and that game, when you're playing that game, the sound and everything, like it's a horror game, man. Like, it really is. I like Hunt Showdown. And if you're going to get something that's like kind of similar in vein, but set in a more medieval fantasy environment, dude, I'm all down for that. And I don't think they'll necessarily have to work hard to separate the two, really. Again, I bet most people won't even come to the conclusion that they've got anything to do with each other unless they do that extra digging, really, at the end of the day, because most gamers don't go to that level of investigation, shall we say.
Been over the years. Crytek made a banger of a game and continues to iterate on making that game even better every single time they have a new DLC come out. That game is pretty great. Now, granted, it has its issues with its own matchmaking systems and whatnot, but
end of the day, though, any multiplayer game is going to have issues, isn't it? Especially when you're trying to constantly create content and balance the game. Hey, people who play gacha games, you'll see the issues there, and that's a single-player game. And then add in the element if you've got PvP. Every single PvP game goes through this and continues, if it's successful anyway, continues to have issues of balancing, unless you're talking something about like CSGO. But CSGO had those issues. You know, and still has its little issues here and there, but I think any online PvP game is going to go through those struggles, shall we say.
Overall, that IP is kind of awesome. But I do think that it's kind of funny that when Max announced that they were going to create this new studio, almost to the day over on LinkedIn,
Gonna switch to YouTube, gonna stream for PS Shops, nobody's.
Where a whole bunch of devs from Black Matter basically just got rolled over into this studio. It's just kind of silly. Speaking of which, the studio boasts that it has 24, 25 employees at this point, so they are kind of moving ahead with this, although this is about the same number of employees that LinkedIn listed for Black Matter historically, when Black Matter was kind of at its peak count for employee retention. So I would expect that you'll see somewhat similar of a timeline, somewhat similar of a dev progress report. This game's supposed
I think on something like an extraction shooter, though, potentially. Obviously, I don't know game development, but I think maybe it's a little bit easier to potentially hit deadlines, maybe, because you've got, I would imagine, less complexities in regards to all the different things going on in something like Hell Let Loose. You know, there's just so much going on. Now, I'm not saying there's a lot of subsystems in a game that might seem less complex on the surface, but the systems underneath are incredibly complex. But I would think that maybe potentially they'll be able to adhere to timeframes a little bit easier, maybe, coming from a layman who's got no idea what he's talking about, but I'm just guessing.
To be available to play in early access at some point in 2025. I don't know if they're necessarily going to make that, but, you know, we'll see. Not for nothing, for all of its flaws, Hell Let Loose is an absolutely beautiful game. So, aesthetically, we should expect something visually appealing at the very least out of this studio. Now, mechanically, they've never ventured into anything like this before. The only project that Max has ever been a part of, in terms of his own reporting anyway, has been Hell Let Loose. That's it. So, venturing into this macabre fantasy-esque feel that kind of looks like Elden Ring, but with guns, and really leans heavily into this hunt showdown idea, we'll have to see what they can come up with and whether or not it's going to be worth our time to play. But rest assured, I will absolutely keep my finger on the pulse of this one and try and keep you guys informed as to what's going on with it and whether or not I think it's even interesting anymore. At any rate, if you guys ended up enjoying the video, if you wouldn't mind subbing to the channel here, that would be amazing. Otherwise, come and check me out over at twitch.tv/onepeg, where I stream live every day around 5 to 6 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Otherwise, I suppose I can just find you here. We'll see you in the next one. Thank you guys so much for lending me your eyeballs, everybody. We'll see you soon, okay? Peace.
A good video. Yeah, One Peg makes good content. He streams on Twitch as well, like he said. He does a lot of Dark and Darker and Tarkov as well, but he's been playing a lot of Dark and Darker recently, I think. Yeah, I'm interested. I do, as I said, anybody who knows me for a time, I do like myself a bit of an extraction shooter, or extraction type game. So yeah, I'll keep my ear to the ground on that one. I'm interested. Something that's kind of similar to the guise of Hunt Showdown, set in like a medieval, well, a Napoleonic era, should I say, not medieval, Napoleonic era Europe, and a fantasy version. Hey, I'm here for it. Looks like, you know, we're getting some sort of like plague, you know, visceral, gritty. I'm down for it, man. I'm down for it. Interesting. What's going on, Voxu? Yeah, man, we've been playing a bit of Terror Fantasy, I'm not gonna lie, and I've actually been having fun with them. You're not supposed to feed foxes. Tell me about it. Ugh, I don't know why the neighbors do it, man. They got cats as well, so I just don't get it, you know. It's just like, why are you doing it, man? What if they get hungry one day and attack your cats? I don't know. But I'm sick of them being in the garden, because, like, obviously, my dog, and the one looks like it's got freaking mange as well. I don't want my dog getting mange. And they keep crapping in the garden as well. And their crap's disgusting. So, yeah, not a good time. What's going on, Nightblight? Welcome to the stream. Hello. How you doing? Give me a second here. Ooh, let's check this video out. We got a couple here. We were talking about drama.
So if you guys are
seems like
oh
bollocks, YouTube.
So
talking about a bit of light drama. Let's check this out then, shall we? Reddit mods show hatred towards Wuthering Waves. Okay, you got me.
if you guys are not aware, the other day, I think it was it 2 days ago, 3 days ago, somebody posted this particular post on about Wuthering Waves on Gacha Gaming Reddit.
Okay.
Alright, so we are excited to announce that everybody is going to get the free 5-star character resonator Xiang Li
Let's go!
Yao for free. Alright, immediately, this post was removed by
Definitely
the
going to be pulling for
moderators
Jeji.
of r/Gacha Gaming. And then, this has sparked some controversy on everybody's favorite website, the conspiracy website x.com. People saying gacha gaming
r/gacha gaming is just r/Hoyo Shields.
Reddit are Hoyoverse shields and they hate Kuro games. Wuthering hate, right? Unfortunately, let's see what the reason they give. Your post has been removed for the following
You can just imagine some people sometimes. No, it's not happening.
reasons. Rule 6, post in the right place. Many game-specific topics are okay. However, some content is disallowed due to being better suited for a game-specific subreddit. Now, people call them a hypocrite.
I was going to say, like, I've seen lots of stuff in r/gacha gaming that's very similar to that sort of post on a multitude of different games, actually, not just Hoyo.
A hypocrite. Now, why is this? Because apparently somebody caught them that they have this post right here, which is a Honkai Star Rail post back then. All right, this was back then about 8 months ago, as you can see, right? But the dates of the post they were caught defending a Honkai Star Rail post. All right, free 5-star doctor ratio
14
on Honkai
4K.
Star Rail version 1.6. Now this post is allowed, but this post about free dude in Xiangli Yao Wuthering Wave deleted in seconds. So this has sparked a lot of controversy. All right, people will be like, okay, hate on Wuthering Waves,
Dude was like, get that shit out of here. Not happening on my watch, bro. Not happening.
but love the Honkai Star Rail. So obviously double standard, right? One thing is allowed, the other thing is not allowed. Like what's the reason here? Is it because this is anniversary? Is it because it got awards or Google Play? So the developers saw this. They saw this. People were complaining, and they actually saw this. And guess what happened? They went and delete this post. They went and delete the free 5-star. They deleted the Dr. Ratio's news 8 months later as an excuse to suppress the Wuthering Waves news. Okay, let's have a look.
Just gonna play devil's advocate though, you know, just to, hey, listen, don't freaking get mad. But it could be potentially that somebody different's decided to do that. They've gone back and looked and gone, like, oh yeah, to be fair, this probably is true. Let's get rid of that post because, you know, we've deleted this, so let's get rid of that. Not saying that's the case, but just saying, you know, potentially to play devil's advocate.
Oh wait, it's back. Wait, is it back? Okay, so they brought it back. Both of it was brought back. They deleted.
Hey, look, guys, we got rid of it. Bring it back.
Afterwards, they deleted the Dr. Ratio one, right? They deleted the Dr. Ratio's news 8 months later as an excuse to suppress Wuthering Waves. Unbiased mod team, right? So you can see mods remove posts for Rule 6. As you can see, so this happens recently.
Hold up a second. What was Rule 6? What was Rule 6? I just need to... Rule 6, post in the right place. Many game-specific topics are okay. However, some content is disallowed due to being better suited for a game-specific subreddit. So what dictates whether it's a game-specific that's suited better for a specific subreddit? It's kind of vague, isn't it, that really?
Months later, as an excuse.
Well, I guess it's not very vague. If it's a Huyo game, it's okay, but if it's a Kuro game, it's not.
To suppress the Wuthering Waves news. Okay, let's have a look. Oh wait, it's back. Wait, is it back? Okay, so they brought it back. Both of it was brought back. Afterwards, they deleted the Dr. Ratio one, right? They deleted the Dr. Ratio's news 8 months later as an excuse to suppress Wuthering Waves. Unbiased mod team, right? So you can see mods remove posts for Rule 6. As you can see, so this happens recently. So they actually went and delete the Dr. Ratio post after they saw these people complain to prove that this is not okay. All right, just to cause drama. But as you can see, both of the posts are officially back. This one is allowed now. This one is allowed now.
Oh, so they actually got rid of Rule 6 now. Interesting. Again, play devil's advocate. Maybe somebody else is dealing with that sort of stuff now. Has decided, yeah, that's a dumbass rule because that seems stupid to me. Maybe somebody with clearer heads have prevailed, and someone's gone, yeah, that's kind of dumb.
Now they are both back.
Maybe.
They have both been brought back. They have both been revived. No more corrupt mods. Corrupt moderators out. Wholesome moderators in. And they even issue an apology.
A changing of the
Let's have a look at
guards.
the apology, alright? What have they said?
There's been a
What have they
coup
decided
d'etat.
to change their mind, huh? Essay? Okay. What do they have to say? Hello, Summoners. First
Dude, see, for me, sometimes I'll look at that and I'll be like, I ain't reading all that, bro. You know, whatever.
off,
It's not that
this
deep.
post is being approved.
This is why it's great sometimes to react to content, because I can listen to somebody else who's actually took the time to bother reading it, where I'm like, yeah, I ain't got time for that.
And we would like to apologize for how long it has taken us to do so. Additionally, we should have gotten a message clarifying things shared a lot sooner. This is also something we hope to improve in the future. Okay. For background context, we didn't actively have anything in the rules to address specific situation, free characters. While some might say that this falls under character news or regular content updates, others would argue that they are more notable due to the relative rarity of such occasions. As
I would definitely argue that it is. It falls under character news or regular content updates. You know, I don't understand how that needs to specifically be in its own subreddit, but I guess that's just me.
especially in AAA gacha games like Genshin Impact
I think
and
it's a
Wuthering
really
Waves.
vague rule
After
in the
some
first
discussion, we
place.
have landed in the later camp and have decided that this type of news should be approved. Now that we know how to handle
Well, I guess what they're saying there. Okay, so if it's a regular thing that's happening, it needs to. Okay, all right, that kind of makes sense, because you'd have a massive amount of those posts, wouldn't you? Because it's some of this changing every single day. This is happening this day. It's happening Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So it would fill the post, the Reddit up with game specific stuff that really probably should be in its own subreddit, I guess. But yeah, that sort of stuff is regular new stuff in terms of characters and that, but like the fact that it's a free star is rare enough for it not to be considered something that's, you know, needs to be on its own, I guess. But at the end of the day, I think that rule was just really vague anyway.
this situation specifically, there should be no issues with confusing and split moderation practices regarding them moving forward. Alright? As to what we are doing here, this post
Kudo mods took over, guys. Kudo mods took over.
is being approved. It is original post covering the free character specifically within the subreddit. A separate post sharing wider 1.2 news is also being left up. Subsequent posts that were made to share the news as a result of this post removal will stay removed. We are leaving up reapproving as necessary relevant to the situation meta posts, okay, including those who are critical for our mistakes here. This is necessary for discussion and transparency. We want to own the mistake made and learn from it. Some one-liners or submissions that are less constructive, however, will contain remove. Again, we apologize for the confusing removals made here and recognize that there seems to always be something going on when it comes to rules, policies, and how we handle content. New situations constantly arise, requiring discussion, but we certainly don't want to have a rule or clause for everything, because who would read and keep up to date with that? So finding a good balance is often difficult. We are sure all sides
For real, man. Like sometimes some subreddits, it's just too much. Like, so I just don't even bother. You know what I mean? It's like beyond like posting certain content, you know, obviously, you know, stuff that's just not allowed. You know, when you got like a cacophony of rules, it's just like, I don't care.
are going to continue calling us biased, and that's fine. But please know that we are trying our best and hope to continue to improve things as we go on. Okay, so no more drama. Drama end. Drama over. Alright?
This video has 4 minutes left though, so somehow I don't think that's the case.
Is already done. So the mods are no longer Wuthering Wave haters. They are now fair. Alright? The mods are actually fair. Alright, both posts are back. Daughter ratio is back. And also this one is back as well. Alright? So as you can see, both are now allowed, which I think this is how it has to be, right? Obviously, you gotta be fair. How can you take one side? Like, they are both literally the same news.
Well, I think at the end of the day, I guess they can if they want to, but you can't really call yourself r/gacha gaming and you kind of, you know, lean into one side, because you're then really r/Hoyo shield gaming, aren't you, really? But I, personally, again, I don't really think it's that deep.
Right? The mods
Not
got
that
banned from
deep.
the Reddit. Is that what happened? No, I think they just changed. Now, to be fair, right? It could be different moderators that ban certain things, right? For example,
I think that's probably to me, like I say, I think that's what's happened. You know, a different moderator decided to delete this because they were like, this is a Rule 6 violation or whatever. And then they, you know, I don't know, maybe somebody else saw it or that particular mod saw that, oh, wait a minute, you didn't do it to this. And they were like, oh, actually, you're right. I'm going to delete that as well. And then somebody else come back and was like, you know what? Actually, let's have a discussion. Let's not get rid of the post. Let's get rid of the rule because the rule's kind of dumb. It's kind of vague. You know, if it's something that's like incredibly pervasive and it's constantly being put in, then we'll maybe go forward with that. I guess potentially. I don't know.
like,
Just saying.
well, let's be honest. There's a lot
Doesn't
of
feel like it's
moderators
that
here.
deep though.
There's not just one guy. Look at this. There's 1, 2. I don't know if this counts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
I was gonna say, I guess you're gonna struggle to always get a continuity when you've got a few different people moderating like that, really.
There's 8 moderators, right? Like, it's hard for them, all of them, to align. It could just be one guy messing things up. The other guy is like trying to be fair. Like, when you have when you have a group of people doing things, it's going to seem like some people are trying to push an agenda, and I get it, right? Kuro game haters, they are just hiding. They're hiding in the shadows.
Man, was it Born in the Darkness?
Look at the amount of unemployed
Watching from
people.
the shadows.
Mods must now play PGR as an apology. Damn. Yeah, oh, so this is the one, right? So this is the one, as you can see. Okay, let's see. What are the players' response? Do people believe them? L. Uh-oh! How do you explain retroactively removing Honkai Star Rail free ratio?
I think that's like again, as I said, I don't think that's exactly a fair point to make because you know I think they've obviously potentially that's something that's gone unnoticed to them. It's 8 months ago at the end of the day, you know what I mean? And they probably looked and gone, oh yeah, you know, let's get rid of that post then. And then, as again I've said, they've decided to actually let's just fuck the rule off because it's kind of annoying anyway.
Post 8 months after the fact. You need to make a post about this rather than commenting on a 2 days old post that's already off the radar. Can we delete this post and make a new post? No one is going to see this 2 day old post. It's likely way far down. With how unstable these mods are, this scenario could happen. Yeah, this is a little bit unfortunate, right?
How unstable these mods are, you know.
You got called out for your double standards. Tried to delete an 8-month-long post to get rid of the evidence showing the double standards. Got called out a second time for doing the above thing, realized it was a bad look, and decided to reinstate both posts. Wow. But yeah, I do agree that the moderators need to like try to be fair, right?
Oh yeah,
one
of course.
wrong, blame all. Why have any?
But at the same time, it depends what sort of community they're trying to create. If they want to try and create a community for gacha games, they need to just allow everything to be brought up. Of course they do, don't they? But at the same time as well, they don't necessarily need to, you know, if they want to lean one particular way, they can. But at the end of the day, it's not really gacha gaming, then is it? You know, it's like you say, Hoyo shield gaming, really.
Any exceptions? Because we don't really know who is the one that delete. Like for example, this particular one is written by gacha moderator, right? But yeah, again, the moderators are, I feel like they need to have a leader, right? I don't know if they have a leader or not, but this is always going to happen.
What's the saying? Too many chefs in the kitchen.
Not only in this subreddit, but any Reddit, I think this is the same thing. I don't think this is unique to gacha gaming Reddit. I think it's the same thing that's happening to Zenless on Zero Reddit as well. There are some people that probably are okay with the you know, like drawings, lolly drawings or whatever. Some people they are not okay there, so that's why you get like this kind of like discrepancy, right? I'm pretty sure all the big Reddits like Genshin Reddit, Honkai Star Rail Reddit and stuff, this is always going to happen. Now, is there a solution to this? I don't know if you can ever solve this because every humans are biased to their own
Exactly. At the end of the day, you know, it's just a Reddit, isn't it? You're not really going to get people to toe the company line, you know what I mean?
right? Everyone is here with their own bias. Can you expect the moderators to not be biased? I don't really think so. I think it's hard to find
I'm just gonna say hot take here. I don't even think it's a case of bias, in my opinion. I think it was probably potentially just that somebody who or this is how they viewed or interpreted Rule 6 and thought like this shouldn't be in, and then it wasn't the case prior, and then it was brought up, so they just went and deleted that as well because they were like, you know what, they're right, and then like I say, just decided that actually that Rule 6 is just not the best rule anyway, so let's just scrap that and we'll just reinstate both posts, really. Yeah, no big deal. I thought it was going to be a bit more juicy than that, if I'm honest. I did. And we should check out Guitar Rat Gaming, does some good content. I did. I thought it was going to be a bit more juicy, chat. I'm disappointed. It wasn't spicy. It was very bland. Very bland. If you dig deep enough, you can see r/Hoyo Shields hating on punishing punishing Grey Raven. I've never played on Going Back Third. I've got it installed. Where is it? It's here, and I've still yet to play it. We are going to play it, though. We're going to have a day where we play it. We're going to get back on Punishing Grey Raven. We're going to restart Reverse 1999 as well on a new account. And Brown Does 2 as well. Play Brown Does 2 on mobile, and I'm the type of person, I just can't play games on mobile. I just can't do it, right? So, like, I played a little bit and got bored straight away, but I kind of like the game. So, I thought, you know what? Let's play it on PC when the launcher comes. We've got the launcher now, so we're going to check that out. And we're going to check out Reverse 1999 again as well, because I quite like Reverse 1999. I like Solo Level and Rise as well. Another game that I want to get back onto, New Worlds. The spiritual successor is coming soon, isn't it? We're getting that soon. Alright then.
Everyone,
let's check this video out. Let's check this video out, because the title got me, okay? The title baited me in. Gacha content creators are going insane. Going! Let's face it, I think majority of them are already there.
everyone is doing well. So this video is a little bit different. It's
Okay.
about talking about the gacha things going on right now in the community. As
When is there not something going on? Let's face it. Let me move my camera as well so you guys can see this dude here looking like a bit of a Giga Chad. When is there not something going on in the gacha community? You know, it's like water's wet, right?
as you see, it started with the EU thing, and I hope it's gonna open up some of you guys' eyes. It's just to show you what these content creators are really there for. You know, I actually made a video about EU, but I didn't feel
What's that accent? Is that South African?
like dropping it, to be honest. I feel like it just wasn't my place to be talking about somebody else.
No, is that Caribbean? I don't know.
And I just left it there because
I think that's Caribbean, yeah.
I'm nobody, you know. But just to see how people just they basically just suck this man dry out. his little issue and how he was feeling towards certain things and the game and stuff. Did not come across one person that tried to help this dude out.
Who are we talking about here? Who are we talking about?
Everybody was just bashing him, making jokes and fun of him, which is just so
Yeah, dude, I definitely feel like this dude's not just new to gacha. I think he's new to the internet, man. That's how it goes.
crazy, you know.
You slip up, everybody's waiting to hang your ass.
But I expect people that within the same community to kind of, you know, reach out and actually try to see like, hey, is something really up with the student, or is he doing good? Because sometimes the way how you feel, it does end up coming out in a certain way, especially when you're trying to make content. You know, a lot of people they don't have options to vent, and they use their content that they make as a form of venting.
Which is fine if that's the sort of content you delve into. You know, some people, that's their kind of MO when they come to content creation, and they can vent in a way as well where they can get things that are off the chest that are like, you know, serious, but they can convey it in a way that makes it not seem as serious, if that makes sense. You know, maybe how they're emotionally feeling in the mental well-being or whatever it might be. I think that's one thing that I think Tektone's quite good at, actually. But I think for most people, I think when you've got stuff that's going on IRL, you shouldn't use your content as a way to vent. This one thing I've always said to people, you know, if you're struggling or something, record the video and then just stick it on your hard drive and don't upload it. You know, because for most people, it's just not gonna help your content. And especially if your content's a big part of, I don't know, even if it's not a job for you, but it's a big part of a hobby, or it's a big part of like something you enjoy doing. I think if you start to like bring it down with that sort of stuff, then you're only going to negatively affect the way you're feeling even more. So like, I'd always say to people, like, you know, talk to people in real life. The internet really doesn't care about your problems either. It's probably best not to really vent them to them.
And you know, they basically they trash this dude, bro, up and down. All of these so-called gacha friends that he had, every single one of them turned on him.
I'm interested now.
And
let's get to it.
Like, I have some crazy takes, right? Everybody know that I speak what I have on my mind, regardless if I like it or not, regardless if you like it or not. When I put this camera on, I say what I want. Now, I have certain friends that they do reach out to me, you know, shout out to the DPS community, you know. Again, some of my best friends within this space, Kinkle, Phantom, Scoop, Dweeby, everybody, you know, Void. You know, like, Kinkle did react to one of my videos when I vented about Genshin Impact. And he didn't do anything like that, you know. He was like, you know, is everything okay with Tired? Is something going on with him? And even his chat was like that too. But just to see how they trash EO, bro, it's crazy.
Okay, we're talking about EO. All right, are we going back to the I'm him comments? Like, for me, sometimes, okay, you know, sometimes, as I said, talking about venting how you feel, or maybe doing it vicariously through a game, you're ranting about a game because you're not feeling great. I don't think you should always assume just because somebody's trashing something in a video game that, are you okay, bro? Let's sit down. Are you okay? You know, I don't think it's that deep for the most part. I don't know if you what's point of EO is specifically talking about here, but the whole EO thing wasn't deep either. You just got negative edged off the internet for a bit, didn't he, really? Like, I thought that whole situation was funny as hell, man. People who were genuinely getting mad about that, like, it's crazy. The dude had some wild takes on, man, that were just like, they were bad takes, and he deserved to get, like, not fucking attacked, but dude did deserve to get called out on some of them, because they were just like, you know, he's like, come on, bro. Come on now.
See, you know, nobody then reach out and ask this dude, like, something going on with your life, you know? They just, I mean, when he privated the video, that should have been like the stopping point.
Okay, so I think he's talking about, he didn't private the video though, did he? He made it members only, didn't he? So you had to be a member to watch the video. Because I did watch like half of that video the one night, and I was like, you know, whatever, and I went back to playing games, and then I went to watch it a couple of days later, and it was members only at that point. That's why everybody was reacting to Mr. Pokey's video, wasn't they? Because he watched the entirety of it. And I think people like, this isn't that deep. I ain't becoming a member to watch the video. He might have got rid of it altogether. I don't know, actually. But at one point, I know it was a members only video, so it might have been deleted. He might be right on that. Yeah, that whole situation just wasn't that deep, man. Just wasn't that deep, really, you know? Hey, Stutzer, what's going on, dude? Hey, I'm doing very well, thank you. Person makes bad take, gets trashed on, plays victim, sounds like the net. Yep. Yeah, you know, I think if you're going to be a public figure, if that's the right term, or you're going to use the voice box of the internet to make your points, I think it's totally fair for people to say, look, bro, you're talking shit. Now, obviously, there's levels to how you criticize. Well, there's criticism and then there's attacking somebody. And let's face it, even a bit of banter going at somebody sometimes saying, dude, you're a dickhead. That's all right. But, you know, some people do take it too far. Of course they do. Of course they do. But I think you've just got to accept that if you make takes on the internet or you make opinions, especially if you're being self-aggrandizing, you're going to expect to get roasted. And I think to then get, like, upset about getting roasted, it's like, what did you expect, really?
Point where people should have be like, okay, this dude is, it crossed the line with him, you know? Nobody wanted to do that. And now you see what's going on with the gacha smack and the pokey, and it really makes you wonder, like, is all this just for content? And
Of course it is. Of course it is.
Do any of them actually?
When it comes to a lot of the internet drama, especially, I think, in the gacha space, 90% of it's for content, and then 10% of it's probably because people have genuinely got issues with people. You know, like the MTash Tectone situation. That was genuinely something bubbling under the surface, wasn't it? It wasn't just like, you know, that was, you know, a genuine anger towards another person. But majority of the content is just people doing stuff for views at the end of the day. I don't think, you know, I watched Gacha's video, actually. I think I watched Tectone watching Gacha's video, actually, yesterday. And it just wasn't deep, you know. It was Mr. Pokey kind of reacting to a Gacha Smack video, and then Gacha Smack just basically saying, dude, you're trash at reactions, basically, little boy. It was about it, you know?
Have any humanity left in them, bro? You know? Is it just all for content? That's what I say, people.
And as well, I hate that as well when people say that, as if everything that people do. Now, obviously, there's levels. There's some really freaking trash content creators out there, you know, especially a lot of these IRL streamers who do fucked up things to people who are not involved in content creation at all. You know, like there was that video not long ago, those kick streamers who were getting in the faces of that dude and the girl who was with in Vegas, I think it was, and then they ended up pulling out a gun because then they were getting, like, confronted about it. Those sort of people are absolutely just waste, man. They're wankers. It's like, what are you doing? You're involving people in public in, like, serious altercations for one, but you're involving people who just don't want to be involved in your internet streaming world. But when it comes to content creation, I think at the end of the day, you know, it doesn't make you a bad person if you're genuinely, like, you know, everything's about content, because it's your job, isn't it? When you're at work, everything's about your job. And if your job is to go back and forth, or that's part of your job and it's part of something that, you know, you're all engaged in, I think it's fair game, really. There's levels to it in what you're saying to a person, of course, and I think at the end of the day, the court of public opinion will be the deciding factor. But I think it's fair to criticize, question, to rebuttal, to voice your opinion back at people who are making statements about you. It's totally fine.
You have to be careful out here. Yes.
You gotta have a thick skin on the internet, man. You gotta be. It's, you know, at the end of the day, you gotta treat it. Obviously, that, like I say again, there's levels and there's how well you know people, but you just gotta treat it. Sometimes there's a bit of banter between friends. When you've got friends, you usually take the piss out of each other, don't you? That's when there's a difference. When you've got an acquaintance, you're usually very just friendly. Please, thank you, hi, how you doing? But when you get, the more you get to know somebody, you're usually a little bit more to casually take the mick out of each other on, to the point where you'll actually really roast each other. You'll usually find the people that you're closest with are the people you're willing to just, like, roast and say shit that other people look at and go, dude, that's kind of fucked up. But it's like, you know, this is how we interact. And a lot of those streamers do that, and they're fine with each other, and they interact in Discords or off stream, not as friends, but understand it from a content acquaintance kind of level, that it's not that deep.
A lot of people that smile in your face and get along with you, most of the time it's just for that moment where it could benefit them. And you know, no content within the gacha space. I know ZZZ just dropped, it's supposed to have a lot of content, but this usually happens when there's nothing. But it seems like this is the new showcases, the new gameplays of these games now. It's about who versus who could roast who could make fun
he's not wrong there. I think the thing is though, this has been around in the YouTube community for a long time. I think it's just took on a new guise now, where now people react to each other's content in terms of like, how I'm looking at this dude's content now. I'm overlaid on his content, watching his content. Where back in the day, especially going back to like the late 2000s to the early 2010s, most people didn't have the sort of kit that you've got now, where you could just whip out OBS, get all your different layers, put your camera on and record over that content. They'd typically record on a mic to some audio recording software and then edit that together in an editor with some gameplay in the background. And they'd just usually rebuttal a point that was made by somebody else. But this sort of stuff was going, like say, I come from the old school Call of Duty community. This stuff was going on back then, and it was way worse than what people remember it. There was like some serious shit going on then, because the internet was a lot more of the Wild West, and YouTube specifically was then. People could get away with saying a lot worse things. So I suppose for me, it's all just kind of like light-hearted in a way for the most part, because like I've seen all of this sort of stuff all before, really. I think it's just that with the gacha space, it's probably a bit more forced because of the cycle of the games. Game's dead, drama time. Game's popping, right, let's do some content on the game. Right, game's dead, drama time kind of thing. It's a way to just create the content rather than being like, right, I'm going to go play another game, and everyone goes, I don't want to watch you play this. Go roast Mr. Pokey or something, you know?
On of who could react to who could get the last laugh, who could get the last talk. And it's just very, very sad. And, you know, it has crossed my mind a bit these couple of weeks where it's like, you could make gameplay videos and stuff, but unless if you're established, doesn't really matter. That's why leak contents and drama contents is popping.
I think when it comes to a gameplay now, you've got a couple of, well, there's like 3 routes in my opinion that tend to do decently. You've got people who are really good at the game, you've got people who are established who've got really good personalities, and then you've got like potentially like highly edited stuff. But I just think that part of the YouTube space now in the gaming space is not really as popping as it was back in the day. You know, Let's Plays were the big thing back in the day. People don't really want to watch that sort of content anymore, do they? I think when people want to watch somebody playing a game, they'll watch them streaming. But I think sometimes like the reaction content and the drama content, what it does well is it's just, I don't know how to describe it. It's almost like a bit more, I guess it's maybe a little bit more parasocial in a way, I suppose. And I think people like that, you know, because it's a content creator reacting to something that they're seeing, that everybody else is kind of reacting, but they're getting, it's like a parasocial reaction chain on the go, if that makes sense. I don't know how to describe it, but I think content creation's changed over the years anyway, really. I think, I don't know, I just feel like this guy might be a little bit naive in the way things are. I think he seems like a really nice dude. I think you just got to have a thick skin with the internet and just, like, you know, take things as not, most of it's just not that deep.
Enough, because we're reaching in a stage of these games where people, they're just tired of it, you know, they're just tired of these CCs and stuff. Like, a ton of you are probably tired of hearing me rant, and I can understand that, you know. That's why a lot of times I say, like, I want to take a step back from it, but sometimes it is just come off, it has just happened that you just want to voice your opinion on it, and
that's fair.
just end up coming out the wrong way sometimes. So, you know, it's like,
and I think as well, like say, some of it is just for content, but sometimes that's what's going on with other CCs. You know, they'll react to some content because somebody's mentioned it to him, they'll check it out, and then they'll genuinely be like, what the fuck? And they might say something that they didn't necessarily mean, or say it in a way that they didn't convey in eloquently what they meant, because I think a lot of the time as well, for a lot of this content as well, with the reaction content specifically, it's usually done from live streams. So I think people have got to give a little bit of credit sometime to content creators when they're streaming, that they might make a reaction to something on the spot, especially with some of these people who've got thousands of people watching. And let's not pretend that we all haven't made a rash decision or said something in our head or even verbally when we've watched something going on and then been like, actually, I'll take that back. I don't think I actually meant that. Oh, I was wrong. But when you're a content creator and you're live streaming, it's out there. That's it. Then it's once it's uttered, we can't take it back. Can you? Like, you know what I mean?
Like, I don't know what to say about the gacha community right now. Everybody's just fighting everybody. It's not about who you verse versus Kuro or who you verse versus anybody. Game ain't doing anybody nothing, you know. It's just like how a ton of you just tell me if you have a problem with Genshin Impact, just quit. You don't. You're not being.
Nah, dude. People don't want to do that. They want to keep playing and they want to fucking scream about it to everybody, you know.
Forced to play the game, and I don't do this for a living. I do this out of passion. But when you kind
Dude,
of
I love his accent, man. I love his accent.
see what's going on right now, it's not about the game anymore. They will go and sit on Twitch within whichever category, let's say Genshin Impact, and they don't even play the game. They just react and roast somebody else. Like everybody just wants to feel better than everybody else for some reason, which is really, really sad. But yeah, it's just a little, I don't know what it is, bro. Just a late night couple of thoughts that I have about what's going on in these games, the gacha system, the gacha community. And yeah, let me know your thoughts down below, what you think about all this madness going on. Hit the like and subscribe if you enjoyed this video, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Take care.
Dude seems like a nice guy, actually, man. He seems like a nice guy. I don't want to be offensive or patronizing to say that he seems a little bit naive, because I don't know the dude and he's probably not. But I just think that most of the time it's not that deep. And I think this is why some people really shouldn't get involved in that sort of stuff, because, and this is what I was talking about, like venting like genuine, real frustrations, maybe in your own life or in stuff that's going on in the gaming community or in the wider world in general on the internet sometimes, because it's just like, once it's out there, you can't take it back. And I think if that's not what you're about or your content's about, it's not going to be a good place for your mental well-being. You know what I mean? That's why I think, like, I think there's a lot of the people who are kind of like anti-drama as well in the gacha space that are kind of their own worst enemy at the same time as the people who are the drama farmers in a way, even though, like, I think for the most part they're doing it for content, which in my opinion is fine. But I think sometimes there's a lot of people who watch content creators who center themselves around drama, and that's, you know, their thing, and they don't stop watching them, but then they get mad about the drama, and it's like, you know, it's like that's what you're going to get from this content. So it's probably best, like, again, if you're getting annoyed with Genshin Impact, just stop playing the game. Stop raging about it. I think there's a lot of people who watch a lot of content creators out there, and they're frustrated with the content creator in terms of the constant drama. But it's like, this is their MO. This is what you're going to expect. And I do understand that there's a lot of content creators who potentially pivot into full-blown, I just want to rage with other content creators all the time. And I guess I can understand that. But I think rather than being mad about it, just, like, watch somebody else. But yeah, dude seems like a nice guy, though. And he's not wrong. He's not wrong, you know? But I think it is a content creator thing. People like drama. Content creators are going to give what they think people like. And as well, I don't think it necessarily makes you a bad person. Again, this is why I don't mind dabbling or laughing from the sides in the crowd at some drama that goes on sometimes, because it's funny, you know, it's funny, especially when it's light-hearted stuff. It's funny, like the IO stuff for me. It was funny. I know that's what he's specifically talking about there, but from what I saw, most content creators weren't exactly nasty towards IO. They were more just like, bro, have you listened to what you've just said there? Which was fair, because what he said was, some of them deserved that kind of retort of like, dude, come on, man. What the fuck just came out your mouth? And as I say, I think if you are going to make that sort of content, you've got to expect it. And I don't think we should get too sad for people who do get pushback when they make content venting about stuff, especially when they're calling themselves that guy. You know what I mean? But yeah, dude seems like a nice guy, man. I'm going to drop him a sub, actually. Check out some of his other videos. But yeah, tired of feelings. Gacha content creators are going insane. Hey, they already are. They already are. That's why playing gacha games. Gacha drama is very corrosive. People will see this vid no different from the drama Twitter post, talking down on how others do stuff. People will just get mad at anything. Agree. Yeah, I agree with that, Mooming. That's why, like, you know, when, like, I don't even know the start of it as well. You know, all the stuff that was going on with Atsu. I don't know if you guys know about it. I'm sure you do if you follow any of the other creators, because it was like everybody was talking about it for a while, weren't they? I don't know what happened in that whole situation. I think I came in season 2, episode 5, and I just didn't care enough to go back to get context for it. Like, I watched a couple of videos of people reacting to that stuff, but I was like, this seems a little bit outside of the realm of just game drama here. There's like, you know, there's allegations going on here that are just like, to me, are beyond drama. You know, they're like, this is serious shit, man. You know, drama to me is like, oh, one content creator said some dumbass shit, or someone was caught cheating, or I don't know, someone was caught freaking faking something in a gaming content video, or whatever it might be. Someone's taking sponsors that they shouldn't be taking, and blah, blah. But I think when it comes into the realm of there might be genuine victims of things, I think we're outside of drama now, and we're talking about like potential crimes, potential life-altering things for people, and that's why I don't like to talk about any of that stuff, or even react to it, or you know, because it's like when all this stuff happened with Dr. Disrespect, I mentioned it for about 30 seconds one day when I was on stream. For one, nobody cares what the fuck I've got to say about that sort of stuff, but there was a million voices already talking about it, and I felt like I had nothing to add to it, but also because it was like something serious, and I'm like, I don't want to talk about that shit, you know, and I don't feel like I need to, you know what I mean? It's not my place to talk about that sort of stuff, like, so, yeah, I just don't mess around in that sort of realm, like, but some people love to, and I definitely think that sort of place is corrosive for sure. I do find some communities full of desperate people, desperate for other people to agree with their posts. Oh, definitely. Well, that's why you'll get some people. I think that's one thing that Boogie did for a while, didn't he? That he got himself into a bad space. He's like trying to read the room, attempt to read the room, and be like, right, okay, this is what the majority seems to want to hear. Let's go with that kind of thing, like rather than just saying how they feel or being like, you know what, let's just stay away from that altogether. It's a shit show, for real. I used to watch that too, stopped after the stuff started. He participated in a massive amount of drama, gate kept people, then played the victim. Yeah, I was going to say, I heard about all the gatekeeping and that stuff. Like, it's just like when I heard about some other shit, like, I was just like, okay, all right, this is a little bit beyond gaming stuff. Like, you know, streamer bad man because he said game's trash, or, you know, streamer bad because they were really bad in a video game and blame the game, or streamer bad because they were caught cheating. You know what I mean? But then when you start hearing about like, oh, streamer bad because something happened at a place and somebody accused somebody of this, it's like, oh, okay, all right, I'll watch it. I'll be interested in terms of from a person that's like, okay, that's fucked up, but I still like to comment on it. Because at the end of the day, I'm not eloquent enough to speak on many things, as I'm sure you're well aware from watching me. And again, it's live. I don't have the ability to sit there and be like, right, okay, let's formulate my thoughts in a proper way. Let me get all the information. I'm just reacting to stuff on the fly. That's why I like to keep it a little bit light, because if I say something dumb, it's like, okay, it's just a bad take. You don't understand what somebody was saying there. Whatever. You move on, kind of thing. People can roast me over it. People can say what they want. But if you like say that sort of stuff on serious shit, it's like, okay, now I might have fucking really potentially hurt people, and I just don't want to get involved with it. Welcome to the Hoyo fans. They also said Terra copied Genshin's water area, even though it came out a year before. A lot of weird takes from Hoyo crazies. Oh, don't get me wrong, I've seen that. I've definitely seen that. And I'm one of the people anyway, you know, if someone does get copied from another game, I don't even give a fuck. I don't. Sometimes it's as simple answers to get the job done. You're a breath of fresh air, man. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. All right, let's watch one last game. I mean, one last video, and then we're going to jump in and play a bit of Terra Fantasy.
Suicide Squad.
It is it's 10-3, and I haven't played any video games yet. I just want to check this out though, because I understand that this game is incredibly hated, but I was watching some gameplay from it the other day, and I was like, hot take, it doesn't look that bad. There was almost a part of me that was like, I kind of want to try it out. But yeah, let's check it out then. What's the title? Sweet Baby's Suicide Squad KTJL causes Kill the Justice League causes massive 41% loss in video game revenue for Warner Brothers. Ooh. Was Sweet Baby Inc. involved with this game? Man, it just seems wherever they go, they leave the place burning down, don't they?
Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League is an absolute monstrosity that lost Warner Brothers hundreds of millions of dollars, and now we're finding out that it has spurred even bigger losses because they have seen a double-digit drop in Warner Brothers gaming revenue because of this title. I have a few different things to
Wait. I think that's a bit of a reach to say that the entire division lost. Well, actually, I suppose the division itself has probably lost money, but it's not going to have affected the other games. People are not going to be like, well, I'm not playing that because of this, right? Did I take that? I think I took that wrong.
a double-digit drop in Warner Brothers gaming dollars, and now we're finding out that it has spurred even bigger losses because they have seen a double-digit drop in Warner Brothers gaming revenue because of this title. I have a few different things to show off, but before I get into the topic, if you enjoy the content I create, check out the links in the description, join the community.
I thought she was saying something that she wasn't saying there. It's my bad.
In my live streams, and consider supporting through Patreon or YouTube memberships. Now, we knew from the announcement of this game that it was going to be a nightmare because we saw that they were basically throwing away characters that made the Arkhamverse so...
Dude, it was kind of wild how they killed, like, Batman and stuff, though. Shot him on a park bench. It's like, what the fuck, dude?
So special. And they were going to be trying
you can't
to
do the big man like that.
New modern vision with the Arkhamverse. That was never going to work, and clearly it lost them a lot of money, and now they've reported that their gaming...
I think for me, potentially, I think that one of the issues I had was, if you're going to do the Suicide Squad, fine. I just think going on the Kill the Justice League thing was just kind of like a title grab. I think they could have done much better stories for the Suicide Squad. That's the thing, when I see comic book games, like, screw the pooch so hard, I'm just like, man, all of the different stories that you could work on, and, like, you know, they'll choose particular ones or they'll go off on their own. It's just like, why? It's all there for you. It's laid out. It's ready to go.
Revenue has suffered a major drop this quarter from the same period last year, largely due to the awful performance of Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. Now, last year, they did see lots of success, primarily because of Hogwarts Legacy.
Banger game. Banger. My game of 2023 Hogwarts Legacy was another game that shows that boycotts don't work. Remember how everybody wasn't going to buy Hogwarts Legacy because J.K. Rowling is the second coming of Hitler and she's the worst person ever, and you don't buy the game? That game sold, like, what, 30-odd million copies or something like that? And in my opinion, was just a fucking slapper. Absolute banger of a game. I really enjoyed it, and it's getting a sequel as well, I believe.
Made them a boatload of money, and it ended up selling 22 million copies in 2023 alone, and has since reached 24 million copies alone. But
okay, I was wrong. It sold 24 million copies, not 35 million. Take it back. I take it back. If I'd have just read a few sentences there, I would have heard what I was saying was total bullshit. There you go. I'm a fucking idiot. 24 million copies. Still
now,
insane.
Of course, this year, they don't have a success like Hogwarts Legacy. They truly, it seems, thought that...
Wild, isn't it, that, you know, taking something, a box price game, single player game, and then trying to turn it into potentially a live service didn't really work. Now, I've not got an issue with live service games at all. I haven't. But I just think something like Suicide Squad should have been a single-player game. And I forgot the dev team that works on it now. They're the same dev team that worked on a lot of the Arkham games, yeah. They make single-player games. You should have let them do what they did well, you know. I think, as well, a lot of this stuff comes from, though, over the last few years of game developers thinking that single-player games were a dying breed because of all the multiplayer stuff banging so much. But there's only so much space for big multiplayer titles to do really well, isn't there? There's still a massive desire for single-player, premium, box price, one-time play games. But developers are just so desperate. Well, not so much developers, publishers are so desperate for that reoccurring revenue that they just end up losing everything. They don't get the box price, they don't get the reoccurring revenue, and then you get things like this happening, and they lose a massive amount of the revenue overall as well.
Kill the Justice League was going to be a big live service title that was going to gain them a lot of attention, and it didn't. It ended up being a gigantic failure. It says games revenue under the Warner Brothers Games division dropped 41% year over year. Though Suicide Squad struggles were the main culprit, it was admittedly up against stiff competition. Last year's comparable included strong sales of Hogwarts Legacy, which launched in February of 2023 and continued to do exceedingly well throughout the year. This could have.
Dude, I was begging for a DLC for that game. I was even on the Twitter saying, can you just give us a DLC? And they were like, we're not, they actually responded. They were like, we ain't got any plans for it. And I was like, fuck, man. Just give me something, man. I want some.
Been a major success if it was a game that catered to fans of the Arkhamverse, because this is part of the Arkhamverse. It is supposed to be the same versions of the characters we had previously seen, and they took everything.
That's what I say. It's even more wild in how they did Batman over in the end. The fact that it's supposed to be in the Arkhamverse. It's just like that initial trilogy of games, and then they did that to Batman. Like, what the fuck, dude?
They had that amazing foundation and completely threw it away and decided, you know what, we're going to modernize the Arkhamverse. We're going to have a strong independent Harley. We're going to have, gender swapped characters, right? Like gender swapped lesbian Mrs.
I'll say, have you seen Mrs. Freeze? For me, it ain't even so much the gender swap thing that's funny about that whole situation, is that Mrs. Freeze legit looks like the most stereotypical, because she's supposed to be lesbian character ever. It's like, dude, it's so funny.
Freeze, who nobody freaking asked for, we're going to crap on the legacy of amazing characters like Batman, and all in the name of modernity. And then, of course, they hired Sweet Baby Inc. to help, which was just another issue on the pile of
Everybody loves Sweet Baby.
Problems, of course. We know modern Rocksteady is not the company.
That's it, Rocksteady. That's the ones who developed the Arkham games, isn't it? Bangers. They were renowned, weren't they? And then pushed into this. It's a shame. It's a shame when publishers look at game developers who are really good at a specific thing. This is what they do, and they do it well. And they go, right, we want you now to make this game for us, because this is going to create a reoccurring revenue supply. It's just like, but that's not what they do. It's not what they're good at. I get it. You might want that. But like, get somebody else working on that, and then keep these guys doing what they do well. And, you can make both sets of money then, potentially. But no, they take the guys who are really good at this one thing, stick them on a thing they're not good at, and lo and behold, you get a fucking shit show.
To be there, a shell of the company they once were. And, they're filled, it seems, with activists. There's tons of activists at the company. So there's just, a plethora of issues that led to this massive failure. It says, though, Suicide Squad, meanwhile, was panned by critics and called disappointing by Warner Brothers Discovery boss David Zaslav last quarter, and resulted in a $200 million impairment charge in that report. Yeah, David Zaslav said that it was a very disappointing release for them. They expected it to do better, but how can you expect something to do better when you take an amazing series of games and you completely throw them away? And just
the problem is you've got some of these people who are just suits. They don't understand why the game would be successful, what would make it successful, and why it's not successful. So of course, when they see the numbers, they're like, what the fuck happened here, man? I was told by these bunch of people here from this freaking company that's supposed to come in to tell us how to make the game better, that this is how we're gonna make money. It's a problem sometimes in these companies, and obviously these are businessmen. But this is why, again, when I was speaking before about listening to the communities, not taking everything from the community, but trying to listen to the community and ignoring the vocal minority, especially in these consulting companies and in journalistic spaces and such. Listen to the fans and you'll make good content. It's all you need to do. Appease the fans. Make something fun that puts the fans front and center, and you'll probably have a success.
Decide to basically restart from scratch and try to tear down that legacy that people have so much love and nostalgia for. The Arkhamverse games are amazing, and they really didn't have to do a lot. They could have taken that combat system.
And again, this all goes back to as well with games having such massive budgets nowadays. I think sometimes people want to add it to all these different things as well, but sometimes it can be something as simple as the budget. This is why we get so many sequels or games using an IP, but it's not the same IP. It's a totally different game. It's almost a different genre. It's a totally different thing altogether. But they're attaching this old IP to it because they're spending so much money on development. They're fearful of trying new things. They're fearful of trying new IPs because typically sequels over the years tend to be more successful because it's a household name almost. And this is why the PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2 era were like golden days of video games in a way that because there were so many AA games back then and companies were willing to take a risk because development costs were much lower. The risk and the return on investment potential was so much higher and the risk was so much lower that you could have all these different types of games coming out and that feels like that's when we really had some. And I'm not saying we don't have people trying new things nowadays. We do, but it seems to be more in the indie space, doesn't it? And then bigger companies try to follow that on kind of thing. But I feel like we had a lot more of that back in the late 90s, mid 2000s, because games were just so much cheaper to create then. Nowadays, when you've got companies spending upwards of 100, 200 million to develop a video game, they're going to play it safe, aren't they? They are going to play it safe. They're going to use tropes. They're going to try and use household names, household characters, because, hey, this is going to sell, right? This is how it works, right? And it's the same thing in the movie industry as well, isn't it? Because things cost so much money. We don't really get anything unique and new and interesting.
Updated it a bit, highlighted different characters, and then actually made money. It's really not that hard of a concept. When you have something people love, you continue with that formula, not completely scrap it, and that's what they did with KTG.
I don't think you necessarily have to do that, though. Continue with that formula. Say if you've got somebody like Rocksteady, this is why Hideo Kojima pulled away from Konami, didn't he? He didn't want to keep making Metal Gear Solid games, which I get that. You've got a genius, creative mind who wants to make new, interesting things. And sometimes the new, interesting thing might not work, but I think that's how you get to the gems, But again, we go back to the cost. Things cost so much money that can't take those risks. This is why the indie market now is so interesting. Even though I'm not a big indie player, it's leading sometimes. You get really successful indie games and then AAA games take a little bit from it and you might get something good out of that, but it just doesn't feel the same anymore, does it?
JL. Warner Brothers isn't doing good in totality. Speaking of impairment charges, Warner Brothers Discovery undertook a massive one this quarter outside of games. The company reported revenue of $9.7 billion, but
An impairment charge is a practice businesses use when they need to write off or report a reduction in the value of some of their assets that they previously thought would have higher value. Okay, I needed to read that because I didn't actually know what an impairment charge was.
An overall net loss of $10 billion, $9.1 billion of which was due to impairment charges. Officially, Warner Brothers cited the charge as due to the difference between market capitalization and book value, continued softness in the U.S. linear advertising market, and uncertainty related to affiliate and sports rights renewals, including the NBA. So they're just not doing good at all right now. But because of this, kill the Justice League situation, people are on social media absolutely roasting them because, of course, they just released Mrs. Freeze again.
As well, it's really not the time to be doing bad in the gaming industry, is it? Post-COVID, post-gaming expansion. We're having a contraction anyway, so you really don't want to be making massive losses now or on like a downtrend in usage. Not because games are getting smaller, the industry's getting larger because we had a massive expansion in the COVID time because everybody was at home. It wasn't a natural expansion, it was like a massive freaking blip in the trend, wasn't it? And it's coming back down now. Obviously, it'll continue to grow over time. but we're having that contraction now, and a lot of companies were seeing layoffs and stuff. So it's really not a time to be making massive losses.
Gender swapped Victor, whose name is Victoria, and she's also, yes, a lesbian, that
He wasn't a fan of Death Stranding, but I can appreciate the walk of a cliff. Exactly. That's what I was referring to when I was saying, you know, they might not always hit, because there's some people who really love Death Stranding, and I still have yet to play it, so I can't really comment on it. But I know that there was a lot of people that was like, yeah, it just didn't hit, like, and that's what happens, isn't it, when you take risks? You know, sometimes things just don't hit. As long as you can try and break even, and then you know you can be like, okay, right, sweet, we didn't lose on that, let's move on, kind of thing. I think we are in a world now where, you know, you've got too many developers that look at games like Call of Duty and see how many box sales did they get? 20 million. Well, we need to be in the millions, when not every game's going to be at that level, and they should take that into account when they're creating the budget for development, you know, and be like, right, let's spend a little bit less money, but let's be profitable, and we can take a little bit more risk. Where everybody wants to be the big AAA flashy GTA type game, don't they? When it's just like, it's not going to happen for everybody.
nobody asked for whatsoever. And previously, we had gotten the Awful Joker DLC. They just have no clue what they're freaking doing or how to make money. There's tons of threads online already. And by the way, I cannot
Wait, that ain't the game, bro. What the fuck?
keep a straight face whenever I see this Joker image. It's truly just awful.
For a maniacal maniac, he's got some good teeth, you know. I always notice that when a lot of people do, and I'll go, oh, yeah, British talking about teeth. But I always think that sometimes with characters in especially when you're not dealing with a live action person, and you've got like this maniacal character that just, like, you know, their body's broken and battered from the fact that you know, they're just crazy, and then they smile or them, and it's like, dude, your teeth look amazing, man. At least you're looking after your teeth. Fair play. Brushing twice a day, right? Flossing, good to see.
It breaks my heart to see how far Rocksteady has fallen in the past 10 years. I completely agree. I love the other Arkhamverse games. They did such an amazing job. Even Arkham Knight, which was not my favorite, was still a great ending. And then they decided to revive the Arkhamverse to try to make money, but they didn't even give us anything good. They could have made a lot of money if they simply listened to what gamers actually wanted. The small, loud, angry group of gamers you insult on a daily basis, and they're just driving away.
This is one thing, though, I will agree with. There is quite a few people involved in the gaming industry now. Not the majority, but there is definitely, and we've seen them, they've vocalized this, you know. I can't remember individuals right now, but I think we've all seen videos of people talking about it, and probably seen the posts as well, that there is developers out there that genuinely seem to dislike the consumer they're providing a product for, which I think when you're creating something creative, it's gonna be a problem at the end of the day, isn't it? Like, you know, and I'm not saying it's an issue, you know, you can sell stuff to people and still be like, oh, fucking hate these, you know, somebody who might make freaking alcohol be like, I fucking hate people who drink, I'm sick of pissheads, but you know, you sell alcohol, that's fine. I just think this is why we get quite a lot of products that don't align with what gamers want, because we've got a portion of the industry that doesn't necessarily like gamers, you know, doesn't like what they want, and kind of want to give them what they think they should like sometimes.
Laughing.
Not
It's
accusing
so true.
Suicide Squad of this per se. Some games definitely feels like they're trying to push that on people a little bit.
Say that we're ists and phobes and we're a small group of people, loud vocal minority, but that's not the case. The majority of gamers.
There is a loud vocal minority, but the silent majority tends to agree with a lot of the people who are saying it online, you know, because you see it with the games, because they just flop. So it's not a minority at the end of the day.
Did not like this title, and if you take to SteamDB, you can see there's only a couple hundred people playing, and the new character just released.
I'm a creative, but I hate it when other creators look down on their customer. Yeah, I think especially in the creative space, I think you need to kind of have a connection with your consumer, don't you, really? Beyond not even just looking down on them, because you're trying to create for them. And I think if you not only don't fundamentally understand them, but you actively see them as an issue, I don't see how you can ever really create something that's gonna like vibe with them, you know, that's gonna reach out to their soul and engage them, because you don't even think the same, you know what I mean? You will not even think the same. You actively find distaste in the way they think and what they want.
Only 2 weeks ago. They don't know how to get people back into the game and bump up their player numbers because there's
That's not
really
going to happen now.
nothing
It's
that
not
they
going to
have
happen now, is it?
offer
You know, it's not going to
And
happen
not
now.
even that long ago, I
think Warner Brothers have probably accepted quietly in the back room that this game is a write-off. You know, I think it's one of those. It's not going to be a No Man's Sky situation. You know, it's not going to be a Rainbow Six situation. This game's done for, you know, no less than something like Concord. Concord's not going to come back. It's not going to ever get there. You know, the game needs to go free to play on launch, in my opinion, and it will go free to play at some point. But they did a trailer for a new character yesterday, and I watched a little bit of it, and it just looks, the gameplay looks bad for that character. It looks really bad.
Put out some information in a video. Sources reached out to me and said that Warner Brothers is panicking. They don't really know exactly what to do when it comes to Rocksteady. There were rumors circulating that they were going to go through massive layoffs, that like half the employees there were going to get laid off, that maybe they were even going to shutter Rocksteady. But right now, it actually seems that maybe their focus has shifted because, according to rumors, they are looking to license their franchises to other game developers with 11 studios and numerous IPs. The company has seen significant external interest. So this could turn out to be something, or it could turn out to be nothing. But it seems that because Suicide Squad was such a major failure.
Oh, fucking hell. Camouflage and Meteron Studio.
They're scrambling to try to find ways to make money now. DEI is a kiss of death. If you work with Sweet Baby Inc. or a narrative consultation company that's similar, if you put a focus on DEI...
That's what it is. It's about the focus. Like, representation isn't inherently a negative thing at all. And I don't think anybody's arguing that is. This is not a hot take. You know, it's just when you put it front and center. You know, we were mentioning this when we were reacting to the stuff regarding the Chinese developers. Like, their header for the company was talking about creating fun games that people want to play, where, like, a lot of companies now, they put the front and center of them being an inclusive corporation that strives to make everybody feel welcome. And you're making fucking video games, man. You know, that should be a thing that you just inherently do. But don't focus on that. Make a fucking good game first.
Over good storytelling and good character development.
No, you ain't going to be able to be inclusive if you have to sack everybody because you fucking fail.
Your product is going to fail. And maybe these companies will learn this eventually. Maybe they'll see a failure like Suicide Squad and go, you know what, we're going to go in a different direction with our...
I think they will eventually. I do. Everything's cyclical at the end of the day. I've spoken about this multiple times. I think there's only so long these companies continually lose money and not see the wood through the trees. Now, I think some of them do, but they want to pretend that we can still make this the main focus, and somehow we'll hit that gem at some point and people will love it. But I think they are going to start to understand that, right, we need to get back to making video games first and foremost, and everything else can be attached to it afterwards if you make a good game, you know? But it's just how long that will take. I think it might be sped up. Like I said, it just depends on what China do in regards to making video games. You know, if they start to branch out and make really interesting, unique stories that engage people from all over the world, it's kind of almost over for Western developers, because first and foremost, they definitely want to make fun games. And I'm talking outside the realm of gacha as well. I'm talking about premium games, live service games that are not gacha games as well. You know, I think we are going to see the West pivot back to that at some point. It's just how long that it's going to take them, you know, because shareholders are only going to wait so long before they like demand a change. I know the people who might be running these companies are not going to be able to accept it because they've got a viewpoint on how the world should be, but shareholders at some point to be like, you know what, we need to get somebody in who's going to start making us money. This is just not working. So it is going to change. It's just how long it's going to take to change. You know what I mean?
Upcoming products, but I highly freaking doubt.
People don't hate inclusion. They hate badly written inclusion. Perfect. Exactly. You know, this is the problem. It's when it feels forced, isn't it? And it's when it's almost like becomes stereotypically forced as well. And it's like tokenized as well. Sometimes it's like, it almost feels, I feel like, obviously I'm not one of those groups, but for the most part, because I'm a straight white bloke. So of course I'm the bad guy. But if I was one of those groups, I'd feel a little bit more offended because I'm like, you're just attempting to butter me up here and you're doing it in a really shitty way as well. Rather than creating something really good for different groups that make sense, they just try and flip things at the last second or force things in or shoehorn things in that just don't work.
Doubt it, because companies double, triple, and quadruple down all the time on their mistakes. So it will be interesting to see if anyone else affiliated with Rocksteady comes out and says anything, if we get any other information. But right now, the Suicide Squad flop has led to a 41% drop in Warner Brothers gaming revenue.
The smart ones wouldn't have gone in the direction in the first place. True. The smart ones have already changed direction. True. Yeah, like when they include fat and ugly women, when to include women like dude what? The Mrs. Freeze thing's perfect thing. Like, I haven't really got a major issue with them being like, you know what? Because at the end of the day, when you're dealing with comic book stuff, I ain't got an issue with race swapping and gender swapping because it's comics. There's multiverses, there's retcons, there's different versions, there's instances that happen and only happen in one actual comic edition, and then it never happens again. So there's like variations on all the stuff. So coming out with the Mrs. Freeze and it being a woman's like, okay, cool. But then to say, all right, it's a lesbian, okay, cool. But then to make her look like the stereotypical butch lesbian with the hairdo and everything, it's just like, bro, like what the hell, man? Like, come on, dude. Like, if I feel like if I was a female lesbian, which I'm evidently not, I'd be like, dude, what the fuck, man? Like, come on, bro.
But that's all that I had to discuss in this video. Let everyone know your thoughts in the comments below. If you enjoyed this, give it a like, and if you didn't, give it a dislike. I appreciate your support either way, but I'll talk to you all again in the next video really soon.
All right, yeah. Another video from the Dark Titan Media. Yeah, I like some of the videos she puts. I like to react to this sort of stuff sometimes, you know. Sometimes, I must admit, some of this content gets a little bit, because, like, you know, a lot of it is, like, anti-woke stuff. But I do like her content, especially when you see, and at the end of the day, I never like to see people lose their jobs, and I don't like to see IPs failing, and people that make things that I enjoy failing. But I think it is funny to laugh at them sometimes, to say, look, just get your shit together, man. Just stop this dumb shit and get back to making good things. You're not politicians. You're not activists. Stop trying to be them. You make video games and just get back to making good, fun video games. You know, it is. Sometimes you yearn for the times of, remember when video games had none of that in them. It was just like, right, here's a little cool video game. Have fun. But like nowadays, it's like so much political activism added to him. You know, whether it's at the forefront or it's behind the scenes or whatever. They're fighting against stereotypes by using more stereotypes. Exactly. Original Batwoman comic, lesbian that fought bad guys, was super popular. Batwoman TV show, folks, mostly on the lesbian inclusive parts. People hated it. Well, that was, like, was bad though, wasn't it? I think the problem with a lot of the comic book TV shows as well, they're just absolutely fucking terrible. Like the writing, the acting, the CGI as well. It's hilarious. Right, that's it. No, like, it's like, and I know there is people out there that when there's inclusion of a gay character, or whatever, you know, add whatever you want in there, it does piss them off, because there's people who can't stand that sort of stuff. I get it, there is, you know, I think we're all crazy if we don't think there is, but I think that's a very, very, very small minority. The problem is that the other larger groups that are like, I don't have an issue with this. I just think you've shoehorned it in a really bad way, and he's kind of the main focus, and you're forgetting about all the other things that are supposed to be the focus. They all get labelled with that very small group as well, don't they? And I think it's just a really lazy way to defend your position as well, because we see it a lot in in TV shows and stuff, don't we? You know, like where the and games as well, where you know they'll just use it. It's just a bunch of angry white dudes, and it's just like, but it's not though. You know what I mean? It's just not though. You're so off the mark kind of thing. A lot of anti-woke stuff is not much different than the woke stuff. They do all the same stuff they complain about. I agree with that, Voliga. Yeah, I do. This is why sometimes, like, you know, the idea that they're trying to make, they argue, should I say? I'm like, okay, I don't disagree, but the way they go on about stuff sometimes, I'm like, yeah, you're just finding anything to get mad about there, really. You know what I mean? As I say, sometimes I'll argue points, and I'm just like, I don't know what you're even arguing about there. We're a hate group. We hate. My guy Freddie complains about them randomly changing people. Guys, well, yeah, like I just don't know where. Like I say, I'm not gay. I'm a straight white dude. You know, freaking bad guy. I get it. But I would imagine that if I was gay, insert whatever you want to call minority here, I'd be like, dude, like, and I've seen other people say that as well, who, you know, who are gay, I've seen people who are trans, from different minorities say, yeah, this kind of sucks, man. They've just done this to try and appease people like me, when it's just kind of ruined the character, because I was a fan of the character anyway. Because that's the problem. What it is they're trying to appeal to people who are not fans, because people who are fans don't need to be straight white dudes to be fans, you know. Look at something like Dragon Ball Z, you know, a myriad of different people like Dragon Ball Z. You don't have to be a certain way to like. It's the same with it's the same with pretty much everything, isn't it? You know, whatever thing you're a fan of, you're a fan of it because you're a fan of it. It's the same thing with like a lot of sci-fi, like what Star Wars are trying to do. They're desperately trying to reach out to people who aren't fans of Star Wars. What made Star Wars massive was appeasing fans of Star Wars, not trying to interest somebody who's like, well, politically, I agree with that. They're never going to fucking sit down and watch the show because they don't care about it. They're never going to watch the game because they don't care about it. They care about the political viewpoint that's being pushed across. They'll sit down and watch it and be like, hey, I agree with them trying to, you know, they've race swapped this character or they're trying to push this political agenda. I love this, but I fucking hate Space Wizards. Space Wizards. I'm bored. You know? I agree, yeah, like sometimes the anti-woke stuff is like, it's boring. I just wish people could go back to well, I'm being naive here, but I just, you know, enjoy stuff you enjoy. Just don't watch stuff you don't enjoy. Stop trying to change it. It's always the people trying to change stuff that are not interested in it. And that goes for both sides as well. You know, there's people who are, let's say, on the right, the anti-woke type people who will genuinely be mad about certain things going on in something that they're not interested in. It's like, well, why are you mad then? You don't even watch it. Who gives a fuck? Oh, yeah, Neo. Borderlands is supposed to be really bad as well, yeah. Like, supposed to be really bad. Oh, shit, stat streaming? Okay, now that's a blast from the past. He's playing No Man's Sky as well. Two seconds here. Oh shit, Chelsea are going to buy Pedro Neto. Oh no, all my freaking family ain't going to be happy about that. I was just trying to see if there's anything else I wanted to watch before we jump into it. Ooh, actually, there is something I want to watch here.
I hope you're not sick of open world gacha games.
We were speaking about sticks earlier, so let's check out his latest video, shall we? I'm interested as well. Nikkei's massive new open world gacha. Never played Nikkei, actually. Yeah. Let's see what he's got to say, and let's see what this game is then.
I hope you're not sick of open world gacha games. We have some good ones like Neverness to Everness and Project Mugen coming, and then we have some incredible looking ones like Azure Permelia.
Dude, is Project Mugen still a thing? Like, I know the devs did that little, like, interview thing that they were talking about, like, oh, that game has fell off the earth, hasn't he? It's just totally fell off the earth. And I feel like that they've got to start getting some sort of drip feed on soon, especially with Neverness to Everness now, you know, pushing out what it's pushing out. And in my opinion, for me, it's become a most anticipated gacha game, which kind of was Project Mugen before, even though we only saw it a little bit. I was really interested in it. Neverness to Everness has now like pipped it to the post kind of thing. So it's like, when are we going to see more of that game?
But none of them have quite the potential that an open world Nikkei game would possess. And you
So he's speaking about Nikkei. When's he going to talk about Terra Fantasy?
know what I mean by potential. Nikkei continues to rank in the top 10 highest grossing gacha games every single month, bringing in upwards of $10 to $40 million. Nikkei is by far one of my favorite gacha games. I've been playing this for
I've never played Nikkei. Nikkei's the one with where like you got the waifus and when they're shooting their ass is all jiggling you. Is that the one? Like you've got serious ass like recoil, like the bakery's just all over the place. I think that's the one, isn't it?
roughly 10 months straight at this juncture. I haven't missed logging in for a single day. I thoroughly enjoyed Stellar Blade. It had fantastic quality combat, incredible graphics, most importantly, gorgeous characters. Something that Shift Up has kind of become known for.
He's such a gooner.
Destiny Child, Nikkei, Stellar Blade. In spite of becoming enthralled in both games, there's one thing I always wish that Shift Up would do: create an open world action gacha RPG, something to truly rival the likes of Genshin Impact and more recently
My worry is in the gacha space, though. Well, it's not really a worry, I don't care. But I think too many devs are going to attempt to pivot to doing the open world since how successful Genshin's been. Since even though monetarily Wuthering Waves hasn't hit those heights, it's catapulted itself to the front of the conversation. It's up in the top 5, the top 10 now, and I think it's considered as a successful launch at least. And hopefully within 6 months we can look back and say, you know, the game's successful. And we've got Azure Permelia, we've got Project Mugen, we've got Neverness to Everness, there's Ark Knights Enfield, and they've all got a lot of hype around them. I hope too many games don't just like, well, like, all right, well, that's what we need to make. Because at the end of the day, I think unless you develop and design a really good open world, I think an open world can be a real detraction from the quality of a game, and especially in gacha games because of the way the systems work in your daily farming and all that sort of stuff, and getting to different places to do stuff you need for building your characters, for mats, for whatever it might be, for endgame stuff. The world can almost become a bit of an obstacle, and we've saw that in Genshin. Obviously, Wuthering Waves has negated that a little bit with traversal being a lot more fun. In my opinion, the world being a little bit more interesting and getting about being easier. But I think unless you do a well-designed world, you're going to really fall into those pitfalls. And I'd like to see some games just go a little bit more smaller. Not instance, but a little bit more semi-linear, sort of opening areas, but really concentrate on the gameplay and building really interesting, replayable, almost never-ending endgame, if that makes sense.
Wuthering Waves. Something that would blow all future competition out of the water. Something that would make every upcoming open world gacha game seem insignificant in comparison. Because let's be honest here, while Wuthering Waves has what is arguably the best 3D character models in the genre right now, WuWa, Neverness, Mugen, Permelia, Genshin, they all lack a certain degree of culture that Shift Up has absolutely no problem focusing on. But that is
He's such a Kuma. Dude's just talking about the cake, isn't he? That's what he's talking about.
All about to change. 2 hours ago, a thread was created over on Reddit titled Tencent have opened LinkedIn job postings for a potential Nikkei open world game. And I know Shift Up is a Korean studio, Tencent is a Chinese studio. Why the hell is Tencent working on a Nikkei game when Tencent could, for all intents and purposes, potentially censor it or turn it into a generic Chinese?
That's possible. I think when it comes to Tencent and Chinese companies, it depends where the game's going to be distributed, in my opinion. I genuinely don't think Chinese corporations have an issue with degenerate content going out to the rest of the world, you know? It's whether it's sold in China is whether I think they decide to censor stuff, because I don't think you can have TikTok in China, can you? But it's a Chinese owned company. They genuinely don't mind brain rot going out to America and out to Europe. They just don't want it in China, really. So if it's not sold in China, I wouldn't imagine it to be censored. If it's sold in China, then it probably will be.
Grinder. Honestly, I don't know. I guess they've just thrown an egregious amount of money at Shift Up. I'm hoping that Shift Up still have complete creative control and freedom over the game. And it is worth noting,
Dude, you just care about the titties.
while they did state Nikkei open world game, this is probably not an open world game featuring Nikkei. It's just an open world game that is set within the same universe or the same intellectual property.
Depends on if it gets reported, terrorism, and it's fine. I suppose there is. I suppose as well, it depends on the reach it's got as well, doesn't it, really? But I do know when it comes to cultural, the way that, cultural issues, they definitely do see as protecting youth as far more important on their own shores, which is how it should be anyway. They, you know, if they want to, well, I guess it's different if you're living in China, but it's one thing censoring your own people or trying to culturally adapt your own people or trying to be more conservative in your own country and then trying to push that on the rest of the world. So in a way, I suppose there's some kind of, you know, it's somewhat admirable in a way that they're not trying to change stuff in other places, I guess, if that's the case. But yeah, it'd be interesting. But I definitely I think because it is TikTok. You can't get TikTok in China, can you? I don't think you can anyway. I'm pretty sure you can't. They've got their own apps, haven't they? Even though, like I say, it was developed and it's owned by a Chinese company, isn't it? Because is that been forced? The sale of that been forced through? Yeah. Because I know there was a whole thing of it being banned in America if it wasn't forced to be sold, wasn't it?
Or just adjacent to Nikkei, kind of how Stellar Blade was. Looking at the first listing, Shift Up collaborates with 3D animation for an open world game. Responsibilities for shaping the character of the main characters in the game according to the character settings, displaying the personality in various system environments, and reflecting the character's recognition and charm. Right. Oh yeah. Nikkei characters, Stellar Blade characters here full of charm. Use professional.
You have Douyin in China. It's similar but features different type of content. Yeah, I would imagine it's definitely a lot less degenerate anyway. Because I think I've heard of that. It tends to promote a lot more educational content, doesn't it? Rather than we all know what sort of content gets promoted over here anyway.
Professional animation software and engines, Maya, Unreal Engine 5, etc., to create high quality character.
Interesting. Unreal Engine 5. Saying that though, I like the look of Neverness to Everness, and that's on UE5. I think it's just going to take time. Of course, UE5 is good. I'm not bagging on UE5. It's just a lot of the games that we're seeing and the coming out on Unreal Engine 5 look like Unreal Engine 5 slop. And I say that because they almost look like tech demos. But I think as people get to grips with the engine more and more, maybe we'll see more amazing looking games that don't necessarily look, like the engine. It's like, you know what I'm saying?
Animations,
like tech demos.
We know
it's kind of what the First Descendant looks like to me. It's like, that's the way I describe it. It's not a bad looking game. It just looks like Unreal Engine 5 slop.
Definitely capable of doing. Create vivid, smooth movements and expressions based on character design and game requirements. Okay. Familiar with the character animation production process, including binding, skinning, keyframe animation, and other technologies. Okay. Work closely with game planners and related artists to ensure the consistency in style of character animations in the game world, optimize and tweak animations to improve gameplay and presentation, solve technical problems and challenges in animation production to ensure projects are delivered on time, schedule and control the shots and camera positions of action performances to achieve images that meet the needs of the plot. You know what they mean by that. They require 1.3 years or more of experience.
We need lots of ass shots. Lots and lots of ass shots. And if possible, when they're in combat, we need some, you know, we need some booba.
In community operation or content
It's for the
production.
plot.
Those with overseas community operation experience are preferred. Passionate about ACG, must have experience.
Okay. 1.3 years or more of experience in community operation or content production with those overseas community operations experience are preferred. Okay, so they obviously want a bit of international experience.
Interested in the latest trends in Japanese pop culture, ACG, or related fields. Fluent in Japanese listening, speaking, reading, and writing, and can be used as a daily working language. Strong communication skills, good at communicating with users, good at communicating with coordinating resources, and have a strong sense of work responsibility. So evidently, you are required to have at least spent almost 1.5 years in Nikkei, or have at least 1.5 years worth of experience with Nikkei. You need to be passionate about action games and be pretty well versed in Japanese culture. That, yeah, it sounds right up my alley. That was the first job listing, which dealt with the 3D animation for an open world game. Now, before we delve any deeper,
The fact that they want them to be up on Japanese culture, then that's kind of telling, then, isn't it? So, you know, it's safe to assume that the game's going to be, if not based in Japan, it's going to be heavily inspired by Japanese culture, which obviously I know it's going to be an anime game, so that makes sense. But the fact that they're like specifying that means that maybe it's going to be something like that then, potentially. Is it going to be like an open world, like, sort of, you know, medieval Japanese-inspired kind of game? Interesting.
we're into this, I want to take a moment to thank my incredible patrons over on Patreon and my YouTube channel members who allow for me to continue to do dedicated videos like this every single day. You guys are phenomenal, and I can't thank you all enough for the support, and let's keep talking. This
You know,
is
it's one thing knowing the language, isn't it? But it's another thing being up to date on like Japanese culture. Or potentially, could it be like a modern thing, being up to date on Japanese culture? Is it going to be potentially something urban in Japan? I don't know.
the second job listing, which
One of these
deals
steps is
with
going
a
to have
2D
boobas,
open world game
and that's what
technical
matters.
art. Responsible for the formulation and implementation of effects and production plans related to the art of the two-dimensional project, develop and write with graphics to realize rendering characteristics and promote implementation, participate in the formulation of art process pipelines and optimize art resources, responsible for the writing and implementation.
Look at all
of
those red
development
exclamation
tools and
marks.
shaders
That's
to
disturbing.
improve
Don't take his
rendering
word for
quality,
anything.
promote the formulation, implementation, and execution of technical specifications, conduct performance analysis and optimization, determine optimization plans.
Okay, so game development
support the art and
sticks.
development teams.
Game
This is all-
development.
okay, this is all pretty basic. Let's check the requirements, though. I think that's going to be more important here. A bachelor's degree in art design, graphics, or other related fields, 5 years worth of technical art experience, or so they're looking for people that have been doing this for a very long time. Experience in 1 to 2 complete two-dimensional PBR plus NPR game development is preferred.
Okay.
Proficient in
Two-dimensional.
cartoon rendering and production solutions for mainstream two-dimensional game art scenes, characters, special effects, etc. Proficient in 3D art content production tools. Have a certain understanding of two-dimensional animation, binding, lighting, performance. Okay, so this is all pretty basic stuff too. They basically, the TLDR here, or TLDW, is
You have to know how to make games, or at least the animation side of things, and 3D characters or 2D characters. So
that they want people that have a lot of experience in several different areas. They want to make sure that you know what you're doing so they don't waste time and don't waste money. Makes sense. The final listing here is concerning content coordination and community operation.
2D could just relate to the UI. Yeah, it could be.
This is
I'm commenting like I know what I'm talking about. I ain't got a fucking clue.
definitely the most important, because I see job responsibility number 1.
Making
the very
games is
first
easy, you
line
just gotta be
says
good at it, right?
global. Responsible for the global community and content operation coordination of the popular overseas games Nikkei, including the formation, execution, monitoring, and analysis of overseas official community-related strategies to enhance user stickiness to games. Trust me, players that play a lot of Nikkei have no issue with their stickiness. Yeah, they get plenty of sticky. They don't need help with that, trust me. Good at planning and leveraging the output of high quality creative content such as activity videos, print
Any chance to be a Kuma? Any chance to be a Kuma?
copywriting, etc. Promoting content implementation.
Dude, we are 7 minutes into the video, and he hasn't mentioned Terra Fantasy or Roasted. This might be an actual record.
And monitoring the results, collaborating with game development, operations, brand marketing, and other teams to create topics, community operations, and user operations according to game mode.
And he mentioned Neverness to
with,
Everness as
community
well.
Traffic and activity as the goal to help the game to be new, active, and return. Create a UGC, PUGC system that confronts or conforms rather to the characteristics of the two-dimensional IP. And precipitate high-quality content partners. Yeah, I don't know who they're referring to here, but I mean, I know a few people that would
Bro, how can you run past the rock, man? What are you doing? You just ran past the rock. You didn't. Yeah.
potentially be high quality partners. They're based on user feedback and needs, market data analysis or activities, content, other means, precipitate and maintain core users or maintain product reputation. They also require 1.3 years of experience in community operation or content production. They require you to love ACG. You must have experience in Nikkei games as well, fluent in Japanese. So evidently, based off of what we see here, they want to make an open world game. You need to have a year. And
I think the biggest telling thing about this is that heavy emphasis on understanding Japanese to a point of being able to use it almost as a de facto first language in your day-to-day work. So there's going to be, obviously, I'm guessing, a lot of interaction with people who are potentially working in Japan and understanding Japanese culture. Is that from a understanding that you're going to be working with Japanese people and, you know, being able to interact with them from people who are potentially from not from Japan, or is it going to be more to understand Japanese culture when it comes to creating the game? I would think it would be more maybe just interacting with them on a work basis and understanding that, because as a designer in 3D art, you're not exactly creating the story, so you're not, that I suppose with the implementations of little design nuances into your character, that would help, obviously. But interesting. I think that definitely leans to me that there's, the fact that they're either going to be heavily working with people in Japan, so that could lead to the game being set or based on Japanese history, culture, whatever it might be, or they need to know that because that's going to be a heavy implemented into the design of the characters. I think that's the most telling part of this, really, altogether.
and almost a half worth of experience.
Lots of JP culture may be a nice way to say no Western culture war crap. Good point, actually. Good point. It's a good way to be, I guess, politically correct, isn't it?
In the Nikkei intellectual property, you need to, or they would prefer you to speak at the very least Japanese, and I'm assuming English, since you're going to be responsible for the global community. They want to work with global
They didn't actually mention English, did they? What, is Nikkei a Korean game, though?
creators like me, potentially like you. If you're a content creator, they are going to be focusing on an action combat system, which is
I don't even think if they understand English, they'll be able to work with somebody like me. Come on. Most people who speak English are like, dude, I don't understand you.
why every single listing here prioritizes loving action games. They also list anime. What I'm getting from all of this is that the game is going to be open world. It's going to be an anime game. It's going to feature action combat. It's going to release globally, not just in Korea or not just in China, not just in Japan, globally.
I like the way Stick says China.
They want to focus on the Japanese anime aesthetic. They want to focus on Japanese topics. Japan is a very, very integral part of every anime-inspired gacha game. It typically makes top 2.
That is true. Like, even if you're not, the game isn't, like, inherently linked to Japan in any way and is solely developed in China and everything, just the fact of it being an anime game, But at the same time, though, a lot of these games are just heavily inspired in Chinese culture, aren't they? How long will it be? Yeah, how long will it be till people see anime as a Chinese thing? If the Chinese keep going the way that they're doing with this sort of stuff, or will they be culturally respectful enough to not let that happen? I'm just thinking, like, with all the anime games that are coming out from China, and inevitably shows and all that sort of stuff, and potentially comics and everything, which is probably already happening anyway, will some people see it as like a Chinese thing? You know what I mean? Also, geez, we'll know though, won't we? We'll know.
To sometimes top 3 revenue across every single gacha game. Since they have job listings open right now, that means that they're probably in the very early stages of development, so I wouldn't expect this game to come out this year, next
Nikkei's
year.
Japanese.
But at
Okay,
the same
thank you.
time, I don't know. Maybe they've already developed a lot and they're just looking to expand their team. They
Makes sense then if they are working on something that potentially is going to be Nikkei inspired or, you know, in the universe of Nikkei, that they would need to understand Japanese and understand Japanese culture if they're going to be working with Japanese devs. So yeah, that makes sense. That does.
a lot from Stellar Blade. They continue to earn a lot from Nikkei, and I'm really excited to see where this game ultimately ends up. This could be big. This could be the biggest upcoming open world gacha game since Genshin Impact. Who knows? Now, if the
I remember when everybody was saying, what's it called? Oh shit, what's that game called now? Summit 76. People watched the cutscene of that game and it literally was just a CGI cutscene. It was like, oh, that's it, man. This is the best. This is going to be the next big thing. It's like, bro, you just watched a fucking cutscene. What are you talking about?
if this is of any interest to you, absolutely no problem. I got you covered with 2 different videos on screen right now that might be more up your alley.
All right, interesting. Okay. So, we might or might not have an open world gacha game related to Nikkei in some way. But it's going to be a long time before we see anything, because obviously if they're just advertising job roles now for 3D artists and such, the game isn't even in any form of development, I wouldn't imagine. So we got a while to wait, but hey, it's cool. I'm always up for new games, and I'm always up for new anime games. And I'm not gonna lie, I've heard that Nikkei is a little bit raunchy, and I'm okay with that. Just hopefully we can stream it, that's all. It's not too raunchy. But yeah, Nikkei's massive new open world gacha game. Is it gonna be the next big thing? I don't know. I don't think Styx does either. If the game looks fun, I'll check them out. Yep, yep. Nah, it was called like Tianji 76 or what was it called now? Tianji 86, 76? I don't know what it was called now. I don't know if I'm remembering the name right. Tianzi? Tianzi, yeah, Tianzi 76. Like what the show wasn't gameplay, like it was this one.
There's a new Azure.
This one. I didn't react to it before. Well, this came out like a year ago, and there's been nothing shown a gameplay or anything. And there was people then who watched that cutscene and were like, "Yo, this is the new big thing." And it's like, you don't even know what the game's gonna be like. The premise seems okay, but what can you garner of a premise of a video game through a CGI? You know, CGI trailer really. It's just like really basically showing a myriad of characters, and then stuff that looks almost like it potentially could be game engine, but it's not. It wasn't actually gameplay. Lads, man, I have. It's 10 to fucking 4, man, and I haven't even played the game today, and I've got to get off in like half an hour. I got sucked into watching videos. Should have put myself in the just chatting section today. Ooh, should we watch a video from Kazahana? Hey, all right, let's do it. Let's do it. We may as well. We're balls deep today, boys. We're balls deep. May as well go all in. We may as well go all in. Are Wuthering Waves paying creators to be biased? Oh my god. Let's have a look.
Are games paying creators to be more biased towards Wuthering Waves? That is a big question that's been in the community.
Where's my check, man? Where's my check? I'll glaze the game daily. I would like a check.
Since the game first came out, and many people,
you know, for the 4 or 5 people that watch me daily, I've got influence, Kuro. I've got influence.
want to know the answer, as there's a lot of creators out there who make a lot of Wuthering Waves content, and there's also a lot of content creators out there who make a lot of Xena Zone Zero content, and also just other content to do with Hoyoverse. And that obviously sparks a debate of how truthful are you being, and are you being paid by these companies, which is a comment that I get a ton in my community. And also I know a lot of other creators get that in their community too. So in this video, I'm going to be talking about everything you need to know about Wuthering Waves and the creator system, and I'm pretty much just going to
One definite way to know if a content creator is being paid to play a game or to say nice things about a game is whether they put up a Raid Shadow Legends video.
be transparent with you guys on what I make, on what Wuthering Waves has like influenced on me, and whether I'm actually a Kuro game shill or if it's actually not as deep as you think it is. Because recently the phrase Kuro shill or Hoyo shill has been thrown around a ton.
I guess it makes sense, you know. I ain't heard anybody saying Kuro shill actually yet though.
And there's also been a lot of misinformation whenever it comes to content creators, which I'm going to be talking about in this video. But if you enjoyed this video, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you enjoy it. And also go over to Gamersubs and use my code KAZO where you can get yourself 10% off a ton of cups and tubs. They got some new events going on at the moment, so I definitely recommend you guys go check that out. And yeah, let's get back into the video. So recently there's a post on Twitter, which you may have seen doing the round, seeing as it actually got 108,000 views, with me being involved alongside a ton of other creators, including Shinya, Hexjuice, and also Mugen. Now, I'm actually going to be blowing out the name of the person who uploaded this, because although it's probably not the best idea to respond to this, I just thought it would be interesting to have a little conversation about actually what we make from Hoyoverse and what we make from Kuro
Before
games.
smearing Hoyoverse. So I mean about people being like glazers of companies smearing Hoyoverse.
General, and whether this person is actually being truthful, or are they some person who actually goes around spreading misinformation all the time? This person has been pretty much involved in the community in the last year or so, and got pretty popular off Tectone, I would say. Tectone actually bit the bait and gave him a little bit of attention. And yeah, a lot of people have been clowning on him for a lot of his misinformation and bad opinions. And the misinformation just doesn't stop here. And because he spreads so much misinformation and also is just doing stuff like this to get some attention, like I said, I'm not going to be including his name. So yeah, hopefully you guys can like figure out who this guy is. And if you want to, you can probably go through my replies and see what it is on Twitter. But pretty much they say in this tweet, how much did Kuro pay these VTubers to shill for them? Because all of them seem like they got a very expensive VTuber model within a short period of time while spreading totally real.
Is that genuinely the argument? Since I started playing Wuthering Waves, dudes. the models got so much better. It's in like, oh dude, like someone's arguing, oh, look, they've all managed to buy new cars and they've got new houses. Have you seen the VTuber models recently? They're obviously on the payroll.
Real, not fake contract. Now, I don't know exactly what he's saying there. It's not fully in English. So, yeah, I mean, first of all, I think that's completely wrong. I think a lot of the people have just made more content and got more popular, which actually warrants getting a better VTuber model. Now, if we go down here, obviously it says before smearing Hoyoverse.
I don't even think, even if it's about getting more popular or making more content, I think a lot of people nowadays are just having to get better VTuber models because there's so many VTubers out there now, and people are periodically stepping the game up, aren't they, in how good they are. So I think really people just need to kind of like do the same. You know, obviously your personality is going to win you through ultimately, but to stand out as well, you need that special looking avatar, don't you? So like, of course, and as the animators and artists get better and better at creating these models, they're just inevitably going to get better.
And then it's got all of our models, and then Mugen has no model because he started off with none. And then it says after smearing Hoyoverse, and then, you know, we got all our different models, which I think is quite a funny coincidence that we all got new models around about the same time. You know, we pretty much had models in the same year, obviously around Wuthering Waves coming out, but there definitely isn't any correlation between that. And I know for a fact that Shinya's model didn't actually cost him that much. I'm pretty sure, I remember Hex talking about it. She said that his model actually cost like, I think it was like $30. Maybe it was a little bit more, maybe it's a little bit less. And he literally got it off some like public site where you can literally buy VTuber models. So him saying that this is an expensive model is already incorrect. And then for me, my model wasn't exactly expensive. It was somewhere around like $500 to $600. I mean, that's pretty
Holy shit, bro. What the hell?
cheap if you're talking about a VTuber model.
I guess, but damn, man. Like, no offense, I like Azahana, but like that was $600. Jeez.
And again, I literally made the change because I wanted to, you know, improve the quality on my videos. And I think
fair,
it's
that's
definitely
fair.
improved a lot of the quality, as you can see.
It does look better.
It looks definitely a lot better from my, you know, my homemade V-Roid model over here. And then Hex Juice also had a better model, which apparently she had been working on before, even Wuthering Waves and Gacha and stuff like that.
$2.5 grand.
And I don't know if she's actually discussed publicly how much it is, but it is
Oh,
more
okay.
than mine. So she has spent a lot of money on this too. And I think Mugen has also spent a lot of money on his model too. So again, a lot of these were actually planned and made before even Wuthering Waves and gacha games and stuff were getting really popular.
I think even acknowledging this is playing into it even more, if I'm honest, Kazahana. I like Kazahana, I do. I don't even think you need to even acknowledge this. I get it, you're probably acknowledging it because you're farming the content, fair play. But yeah, you don't even need to acknowledge this. These are like wildly spurious claims that have got no basis in other than, wait a minute. He got a new model. When did Wuthering Waves come out? He likes Wuthering Waves. Shill.
And it's just really weird to be accusing us of this kind of stuff. And yeah, it just seems like there's a lot of misinformation whenever it comes to this. Now, obviously, thank God, this only got 51 likes out of 108,000 views. And I replied to this saying, I'm glad you enjoyed my re-debut. Always glad to see fans loving my content, which I thought was kind of funny. But again, it seems like there's a lot of misinformation about like Kuro Games paying us and stuff.
I think that's evident in itself. The fact that he got 100,000 views and he got 51 likes, you know. I think it's clear people have looked at that and gone, yeah, this dude's fucking stupid.
To make these models and, you know, to, you know, shield their content, which again is completely untrue. And this is what I'm going to be talking about now is Wuthering Waves actually paying all of us creators? And the answer is no. Now, obviously, you'll see in the past, creators like Tectone and stuff, they have done.
Well, you can say no. I don't think Kuro are paying anybody, really. I just don't think they are. I've seen nothing that's led me to believe that. But you can't just say because you haven't paid, everybody's not getting paid. But I don't think they are. You know, there's different ways that content creators can receive benefits from game companies. There's direct payments, there's sponsorships, there's been in partner programs, and then there's obviously access to content early, access to CC servers, access to information developer interactions, leaks of information that are passed through on purpose to allow them to make content, you know, which are all in a way similar, you know, to maybe directly being paid. Of course, not exactly the same, you know, but at the end of the day, just because somebody's even being paid by a company, it all depends on the content creator themselves and the contract they've obviously got into in regards to what they say as well, you know. People are always going to get called shills, whatever, at the end of the day, because, you know, there's tribalism within the space, isn't there? Maybe some people are shills, you know, for whatever reason. I think there's people who might be shills because they're not paid by the company in any way. They don't get any benefit from the company, but saying particular things gets them lots of views. And there's the argument there, well, you could say, well, that person's a shill there, just being ultra positive or ultra negative is getting them views. Did they really mean it? I don't know.
Done adverts for Wuthering Waves and actually like played it. And obviously the whole meaning of an advert is that you're supposed to disclose it. You're supposed to add #ad or use the paid partnership function that's on YouTube, or I don't know if there's one on Twitch, but again, there's a lot of paid partnership functions you can get on social media.
Yeah, I've only been in a few. Like the one with Ubisoft, if you do any content that's passed on through the Ubisoft partner program, you have to disclose it either in, depending on the type of content you're doing, whether it's in the description, whether it's in the title, whether it's in the video itself, you verbally communicating it or it being on screen. You know, I know the laws are different everywhere, but yeah, you usually do have to disclose it. I think it depends on what you're doing though. If you're getting trips to places, like some people have accused Ubisoft with the bribery with Star Wars Outlaws. If you're getting, you know, wined and dined by a corporation, let's say, that's different then because there is no contract, you know? That's just you being brought into the inner circle on a like, you know, we both know what's going on here, but there's nothing written down, so nobody has to disclose anything because it's just you know, it's a little bit of a circle jerk situation going on.
And you're supposed to disclose whenever there's an advert, which Tectone does. He literally says, this is an ad for Wuthering Waves for 2 hours or whatever on my stream. So this is all sponsored and, you know, so that you know that his information is going to be a little bit biased during that period of time. So pretty much going out there and calling...
Dude, the best way to tell if, especially when a streamer does it, if they're a little bit biased, is when they do an ad segment in a stream, say they stream for 7 hours, let's say they stream for 7 hours, and they do an ad segment, and a developer's asked them to play a game for 2 hours, let's say. Can you play the game for 2 hours on my stream, right? And then as soon as that 2 hours is up, that streamer's like, right, sweet, all right, let's go play this now. You know they're not a fan, you know, because they're like, I ain't on the fucking clock anymore. I'm fucking off onto something else. If they continue to play the game, good chance that they like the game there.
People with Hoyoverse shields or Kuro game shields and, you know, not seeing any kind of form of hashtag ad. Either the creator is obviously, you know, not following the rules and, you know, doing the advertisement wrong, or they're not being advertised and it's just all in your head. Which obviously the latter is probably more true. But again, yeah, none of us are being paid by Wuthering Waves, as far as I know.
Nowadays.
The creator system for Wuthering Waves, albeit, is actually pretty bad. I'll be honest, when the game first came out, there wasn't really much of a creator system. Obviously, they had...
I was going to say, honestly, I'm not big enough to get into the creator system, I would imagine. Like, I've been in a few creator systems. Like, I don't even know if I'm still in the one with Asmongold's PC company. And I'm a Ubisoft partner, and I've been in partnerships before with other companies. But I didn't even know there was actually a content creator partnership, whatever you want to call it, with Wuthering Waves, actually.
Had the Wave project, and it just wasn't really that solid. Now they have actually set up a new creator system, which is currently in the works. They haven't actually released anything yet. So again, maybe we're going to be getting more stuff on that. But so far, I haven't received any kind of like payment or anything like that from Wuthering Waves, and I'm sure a lot of these other creators haven't either. Obviously, I don't think Hexjuice has, because obviously, you know, she covers a lot of other stuff other than Kuro games. And I don't think Mujin has either. Obviously, his information is quite accurate, and he likes to get to the point.
Just because you cover other games doesn't necessarily mean you're not a partner or not being paid by a company. Not saying these guys are, but like, you know, just making a note of that. Some companies will expect you to have a percentage of your content to be about that particular thing, and some might even request that you don't do certain content as well. But I think if Kuro did do that, they'd be stupid to do that. And if they do have any sort of content creator thing like that, if they're kind of like dissuade people to cover other stuff, they'd be very silly in my opinion, because they're still the small dog. So they need to be as generous in their requirements from content creators, if you will, in regards to what they can, what they can't say, what they can cover, what they can't cover, how much they're expected, you know, is expected from them. Really, they should just be there to... At the end of the day, in my opinion, Wuthering Waves is a good game. And I think the game does enough for itself. So really, they just need content creators to get it out there more. So, you know, if they went down that route, I think they'd be a little bit silly.
And actually take down a lot of these.
Not saying that there aren't some bad
scummy business practices.
creator
I think Shinya hasn't either, because again, I just wouldn't really see him doing anything like that. And Wuthering Waves just didn't really have the budget to do anything like that anyways, which is why Tectone actually said on the stream that he actually reduced his prices for them because they couldn't afford to, you know, advertise him for a proper like rate that he would usually accept from another company, because they were really low on money and they're not very good at advertising, which they still aren't really at the moment. Now they are...
I agree with that. Yeah, I don't know about the money situation, but yeah, they definitely aren't as good as Hoyo are. You know, Hoyo seem to really understand. Well, it's not even about understanding. It's having the budget, isn't it? At the end of the day,
I'll definitely say that. But again, it's not.
You got the money, you can pay people who understand, can't you?
Really being paid, apart from, you know, a couple of content creators that do make it obvious that they are being paid. As it goes for Hoyoverse, I have been a part of Hoyo creators. I'm still in the server and stuff. I think this guy on the tweet would actually know a little bit about this because he's actually in the same server. So whenever he says that he's not being paid by Hoyoverse, you know, maybe think about it again. I'm not saying that because he's in the Hoyo creator server, he's getting paid. But there is a high chance that he's probably accepted some kind of reward, even if it is like Primo Gems or something like that. Or it could be a cash payment, because I have received that in the past from Hoyoverse creating videos for their games. Again, he literally replied to a comment, which I'll throw up on the screen here, saying that he hasn't actually taken a single cent from Hoyo.
Speaking of sponsorships, Skull CJ got fucked by that, didn't he? Which is really sad to see. I saw a video that he put up on More CJ yesterday, actually. He lost both of his YouTube channels, didn't he? Because he got an email regarding a sponsorship, and he clicked the link and they hacked his YouTube channels. I can't remember what else he said they hacked, but he lost everything. They've took his channel. They've changed all of it, so even like the payment details, so like his money from the last month's going to whoever's took his channel. And like dude was gutted, like he was really gutted. It was really sad to see. I think because he's got like a mom who's having health problems, and he's got dogs that need medication and stuff, and it was just really sad. And seeing people, obviously I know people do that, but seeing people capable of that, it sucks, man. Really sucks. Like, and I get those all the time. Like, I get those all the time, like emails of like, oh, hey, Pixel Tree, we've saw your content and we think you do amazing content and it really aligns with what we're trying. And then I look at like, I'd never click on links because like I just don't. Whenever I see anything like that, even if it's from a legit company, I'll go to their website first to check everything, you know what I mean? And then sign up via that. Like I'll go to the URL through their own website. Like I'll click through all the different pages to get to that myself. But like they'll be like, oh, we see that you you know, your content aligns with us, and I'll look down and they'll be like selling like makeup, and I'm like, whoa. Did you even, you know, obviously it's probably like automated emails are sending out, but I'm like, you obviously didn't even look at my content. Like, yeah, man, I'm sure my audience are really gonna want to buy like freaking glitter makeup and shit, man. You fucking idiots.
Howeverse, and you know that could be true, but with the amount of misinformation that this guy brings out, I wouldn't be surprised if he's lying.
I get one of those at least once a month.
Is definitely much better at the moment than Wuthering Waves, as they do actually hand out cash rewards and cash, you know, incentives to do a lot of videos. But again, it's nothing like super, like you have to stay true to this. All you have to do is just sign up to like a kind of like competition-based thing, and yeah, you just get the rewards from that. So you don't even have to do it. And you know, I haven't really done that in the past like year, I'd say. Ever since doing like long form and stuff like that, I've never.
Hey, what if you
really
want to look
taken a
fancy?
sponsorship
True.
from Hoyoverse. Back whenever I did shorts and TikToks, whenever I was making content on Genshin anyways, I was taking a lot of sponsorships because, you know, why not? I was making content on Genshin Impact and I was very positive about the game at the time.
Yeah, people don't ever need to justify taking sponsorships, in my opinion. I know some people really can't, like, you know, it doesn't mirror, and they feel like they can't respect something that a content creator says when they take sponsorships. And I suppose it's inevitable in a sense, because if you're getting paid by a company, you're going to be jaded a little bit in maybe potentially what you say. But I never judge content creators for taking sponsorships, man, because like ad revenue can suck sometimes. There's lots of different things that can really affect your revenue as a content creator. You're working for yourself as well, especially people who it's their income. You know, you're self-employed, and taking sponsorships can really be a safety net for content creators. And I think it's evident if you play a game, and at the end of the day, even if somebody turns into a shill, if you're still enjoying the content, just enjoy the content. You should have enough responsibility to not let that be like, well, I spent fucking 50 quid the other day because you told me it was worth it. It's like, well, that's your own fault then, you fucking idiot.
So why not? And you know, it was just pretty much easy money. I just think there's a lot of misinformation whenever it comes to calling people Kuro shills and Hoyo shills, because that isn't the case at all. And there actually isn't that much money behind it that you think. And if there is an advert, as I said, there will be some kind of...
There's really not with a lot of the sponsorships, especially on YouTube. There's some big money. Well, there is some big money on YouTube depending on your size, but there's some big money for streamers. Like, streamers can have some insane rates for advertising video games, like insane rates. But yeah, for most medium, smaller size content creators, it's really not that much of a big deal, especially not enough to offset the earnings that they'd make from ad revenue for them to flip that hard, if that makes sense.
Indicator that there has been some kind of advert placed in the whatever you're watching, either a stream, a video, or whatever. So definitely beware of a lot of these people going around saying this kind of stuff. Now, obviously, I'm not trying to use this as some kind of defense to this, because obviously this argument is just stupid in the first place. So this is just kind of a video pointing fun at this guy. Obviously, don't go give him any attention if you do know who he is. He's a pretty stupid guy.
You just done that. But yeah, dude, nah, I believe him still. Your models, yeah, definitely. Cutting checks, man. Cutting checks. The lot of them.
And the community, and I hope that, you know, he actually finds some content that is a little bit more worth his time and not worth 51 likes out of 108,000.
Bro, on a real though, you making these videos gonna make him do it even more now. He's probably in his bedroom jerking after this video.
That definitely shows you what the community think about this. And yeah, it's just complete misinformation, which, yeah, we don't really like to see on this platform. And in terms of like what side I'm on and stuff like that, a lot of people have been saying I've been heavily biased towards Wuthering Waves, which you could probably see. I mean, you know, there's a lot of negative videos about Hoy.
I love misdirected marketing. Once had a hand-delivered letter offering me a new conservatory. I live in a second floor flat. My mum got one the other day. I was speaking to my mum. She got one from Dudley College, and it was like a pamphlet of like joining college. It was like, just left school. You know, my mum's in her 60s. Like, wrong audience. It's like one thing trying to get in adult students, you know, but like with the pamphlet, like with like a young dude on the front of it saying, just left school. It's like, yeah, only just not long ago.
Hoyoverse, but the truth is that Hoyoverse just does a lot more negative stuff. I mean, you know, they fired voice actors. They did a lot of this other stuff with the Natlan, you know, drama and everything like that. So it kind of makes sense that I would be making more negative videos on Hoyoverse just because they've done a lot more wrong. But I can kind of see why you say that I'm more biased towards Wuthering Waves, because I do make a lot more.
I think at the end of the day, people shouldn't, content creators will, depending on the content and depending on the views, if they're raking in crazy views because they've got an insane personality, you'll see less of this. But content creators will make videos specifically titled in a way that's going to draw people in anyway. If there's something going on, even if it's not negative in Wuthering Waves, if a title's going to draw people in, that's going to happen. Now, I know it's clickbait, and a few years ago it was the devil's work, wasn't it? And I was even a little bit naive back in the day that I was like, oh, look, fucking clickbaiters. Didn't even mention this in the video, but at the end of the day, it's the game. You know, it's the game. It's content creation. You can't judge people. Like, the few videos I've been putting out recently, I get a couple of comments here and there, you know, and it's like, you just read the title, which I'm happy because it pulled you in, but you literally just read the title. You didn't watch any of the video. It's the game, man, you know?
Like positive videos, but I do make negative and positive videos about both. I mean, as you can see here, Zelda Zone Zero, amazing news here. That's pretty positive about it, I'd say. Then we've got losing players, Wuthering Waves. That's pretty negative about Wuthering Waves, I'd say. So again, I'm pretty like positive and negative about both sides. I mean,
this video's a perfect example, really. A Wuthering Waves paying creators to be biased. Now, it's, I suppose some people define a clickbait as like there's nothing even regarding that in the video. But you know, looking at that title, I'm thinking, oh, there's going to be some talk of actual, like, you know, reasoning and some potential evidence and speaking, but it's obviously just some dude on Twitter who made a post about him. So it works, man, it works.
Pretty neutral, at least in my mind, in my, like, thinking. I feel like, you know, I don't really have any, like, bias towards any game. I'm pretty much just covering the news or drama that's going on at the time. And if it's Kuro Games doing something wrong, then of course I'll be straight on it to, you know, report on it. Now, I probably could make a few more positive videos about Zelda Zone Zero, but at the moment, Zelda Zone Zero has been a topic that's been just kind of dying on YouTube. It's not doing good for a lot of creators. I've seen a lot of people at the moment up.
Notice that. It's really not that like, again, I think it's just boring to watch. Zenly Zone Zero is. It's one of those games. It's doing insanely well, but I just think it's, some games just don't translate into content that good. You know, they're fun games to play, but they're not interesting to watch or talk about that much, really.
Uploading Zelda Zone Zero videos, and they're not doing as good as their previous videos, and that's just due to the game not being as popular as it was on the release. So that's why I'm making less videos on Zelda Zone Zero at the moment. And yeah, Wuthering Waves still seems to be doing very, very good. As you can see, the views are doing pretty decently for the Wuthering Waves videos. So of course, I'm going to keep making videos about them. So yeah, that's pretty much everything on a channel front. I do like all of the games. I like all of the Hoyoverse games, you know. I've played Genshin Impact for years now. I still like the game somewhat. I mean, obviously the devs and the rewards and stuff aren't great, and I haven't really played the game in a few months, but I still liked it whenever it came out, and I still like the overall mechanics and the idea of it. But obviously Hoyoverse and their overall treatment of the players of it isn't as good. I still like Wuthering Waves. Again, Wuthering Waves is just an amazing game that I really like, and
I will agree though. Obviously, there's plenty of Hoyo shills, of course there is, and I'm not even talking about content creators. I'm talking about the community, everything. You know what I mean? But I definitely do think it's become like a cool thing to hate on Hoyo sometimes. And I'm not saying there isn't reasons why people can take umbrage and offense and have problems with Hoyoverse at the end of the day. Like, you know, I couldn't give a fuck about any corporation, really. It's a corporation. But, you know, sometimes it feels like that you get certain companies and it just becomes cool to be like, right, let's rally on them kind of thing. Let's hate on them a little bit. And I definitely do think there is a little bit of bias from some people in regards to that. Some people are open about it and just mock it. But then some people, you know, they don't necessarily express that part of it, but you can see that it's just like, you know, it's the cool thing to do, which is fine. It's no big deal. I couldn't give a fuck.
Still
We
likes
all don't
Episode
care.
0 too. Now,
So what would
Episode
we?
0 is in a little bit of a dry patch at the moment, as I said. So again, I'm not going to be making as much content. I'm not going to be playing it as much, but I still did enjoy it whenever it came out. And the same goes for Honkai Star. I'm playing Honkai Star daily at the moment. Hoyoverse games are still definitely on the roster for me, and I definitely enjoy all of them. And I don't really have any bias towards any of them. I just make whatever content is popular at the time and whatever is going on, whether it's positive or negative. But yeah, that's all I got for this video. I hope this kind of cleared up a lot of the stuff that's to do with Hoyoverse and Crow Games and the overall like chillness of it. Like, how much money am I taking from a lot of these companies? The answer is, at the moment, pretty much none. Obviously, I'm getting a lot of money.
He's lying, guys. He's lying. He's cutting checks left, right, and centre. Trust me. Have you seen his model now? Definitely. Watch. Couple of weeks' time. Dude's going to have, like, mecha wings and stuff. And then we'll know. We'll know.
From other sponsors, such as Raid Shadow Legends, as you can see here. And people don't really care too much about Raid Shadow Legends.
Exactly. I mentioned this before because I've seen a couple of gacha game content creators. And obviously, it's because I know it's considered technically like a gacha game, isn't it? Raid Shadow Legends. But I noticed that, you know, for a while, everybody was getting sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends, weren't they? And usually, like, you know, content creators just have his little snippet at the start of the video or midway through the video or whatever, you know, however people do their sponsorships. But I noticed a couple of content creators who deal in the gacha space had uploaded, and it's obviously they was doing a round of marketing, full videos of talking about the game, and every single one on every single channel was dead. You know, like, you can just look at the comparison of the videos, the views. Obviously, this is when this was recorded, I guess, or whatever. And it's like 1.4k views, 6k views. You know, this dude does anything between a couple of thousand to like 20, 30,000 views on a video, and then 153 views. And it's like, they've just paid out that cash and probably played well as well. I don't know how much to pay now, but I know there was a point when they was playing big bucks. And to get 153 views, it's kind of funny, man. I like that. It's almost like, yo, rate it. You got his paycheck. I just think it's funny.
You know, no one's really going to call me a shill for that game. But again, I hope this clears stuff up. And if you enjoyed this video, then don't forget to leave a like and subscribe. And yeah, I will see you guys.
Hey, yo, Messi Dad, thank you very much for the follow.
Yeah.
Dude, I don't know when alerts aren't coming up on stream at the minute. I don't know if, like, maybe that's why. Yeah, another video from Kazahana. I do like Kazahana's content, actually. Just make some good videos. I don't really manage to drag that out to a 12-minute video, though. But, yeah. Yeah, that dude obviously put that tweet up. It's just engagement farming in it, really. Because if that's your evidence, then you definitely should never get a job as a police officer or, you know, an investigator. Because you're not going to be very good at it, that's for sure. But, yeah. Nowadays, with the way things are quite strict, it's usually quite evident when somebody's catching a paycheck, at least when it's direct cash transfer thing going on. It's a different thing when people are getting wined and dined. That's a different sort of kickbacks, shall we call it. And it's not as evident because they don't have to prove that, because somebody taking you out to dinner or taking you out to a theme park is not necessarily any sort of contract going on. They're not paying you, are they, really? But you're getting something out of it. It's the same way as when you're invited into a server to get access to gameplay early. You're not advertising because they're not paying you. They're just allowing you access to stuff early, and that way you get views because, you know, you're early and you get paid in that way. And there's a lot of game developers that do that nowadays, really. So you know, when somebody's getting a direct sponsorship, it's usually pretty easy to tell because they have to disclose it. But companies tend to do it a lot differently now. They're very smart about it because they understand that content creators know they can make money from views. So getting access to stuff early, you know, it's the best of both worlds then. There's no contractual obligations really on the go. Nobody has to be bound by laws in specific countries or TOS on a site. They can just make content early. They get paid. The company benefits because it's getting, you know, spread out and disseminated to more people, and everybody's happy. If you like a game and don't hate every other game, shill, right? It's true. I think it's hilarious that they make that they'll refute shill claims as if you're a shill would tell the truth. Right, dude? You know? It's like you're a spy. I'm not a spy. That's what a spy would say. outside the contract is a loophole, shady but not illegal. Definitely, yeah. It is shady. But I think at the end of the day, us as viewers, the consumer, if you will, when you're watching content creators, it's like listening to movie stars and listening to their political view. But it's everybody deserves their ability to view their political, view on the world. Or if you vote because Robert De Niro told you to vote a certain way, that's your problem. If you buy a game or spend money on a game because a content creator you watch said thumbs up, go buy, and then it's trash, it's on you at the end of the day, isn't it? Especially when it's adults, because it's like, dude, come on. It's different when it's kids. I get it. I understand that. It's called garnering favor. Like getting a hand job in, little handy. Like that. Palm greasing. Yeah, we're definitely going to be playing any Terror Fantasy then today, boys, because it's 20 past 4. Maybe we'll just watch another video. We'll play some after. I'm going to try and double dip today. I'm going to try and double dip. What we got. I wanted to get access to play Delta Force, man. But no dice. No dice. Still need to see a Deadpool and Wolverine as well. I'm looking forward to playing Spectre Divide as well. No Terror Fantasy becoming sticks. Next me story skipping and then saying the story's bad. I knew WuWa Sims would play any gacha slot, but laugh my ass off. Terror Fantasy. I'm the worst, man. Like, the gacha space is dead at the minute, though. I'm looking at outside here if there's any other interesting videos to check out, to watch. Holy shit, Elite live streamed again. What the fuck? Man, that's a blast from the past of the YouTube gaming days, bro. Holy shit. Seen Stat streaming again as well, man. It's like, dude, nostalgia. So we've got a good couple of watches in because we've got Spectre Divide. When's the Spectre Divide? We've got Spectre Divide beta August 13th, so 4 days. Then we've got Arena Breakout. It's early access, yeah. Sometime Oh, August 13th as well. Okay, so Spectre and Arena Breakout both on August 13th. Then we've got Throne and Liberty is September, I believe, yeah. September 17th, and we've got Space Marine on September 9th as well. So we have got some good games to check out. Well, hopefully good games to check out soon. Oh, dude, if Kuro wanted to rock up to me with a paycheck, man, I'd snap their arm off. Yeah, I need to get the... I've got a few side quests left to do, actually. Actually, 2 seconds. What was this? Actually, no, let me slap that on the wish list as well. No, I don't want to add it to my cart. I wanted to look at the separate what's in there. I'm pretty sure I've got everything in that in the Fallout franchise. Maybe just not Fallout 1. We have 1, 2, 3, yeah, 4, 76, 76 public test server, New Vegas, shelter, tax. Yeah, all right, cool. Thought so. Thought so. Yes, I'm hoping that. Like, I played a little bit of it. I can't remember if it was a closed test or what. The only thing that the thing that I wasn't a fan of is the handling. I don't know, man. I don't know if it was just me, but it made me feel a bit giddy, you know? I don't know if there was some settings I could have had a little fiddle with in the settings though to change that. But Rosie had it as well, where she was like, oh, this is making me feel a bit sick. I like New Vegas and pretty but yeah, I love New Vegas. For me, I loved Fallout 3. Fallout 3 was just like, you know, I've mentioned this multiple times over the years. Like, you think of like those gaming moments. Fallout 3 was one of those gaming moments for me because I'd never heard of Fallout before I saw the trailer for Fallout 3 when it was like, you know, I think, no, yeah, that's it. When it's like coming out of the buzz and everything's all like a nuclear waste, like. And I first started playing the game, and I was like, oh, okay, this isn't what I thought it was going to be. This is, you know, it's going to be like a, you know, because this is going back to what, 2007 are we talking? I was thinking it's going to be a linear first-person shooter where we, you know, it's going to be all in the vault and it's going to be going down corridors constantly and fighting enemies and all that sort of stuff. So when I first left the vault, I had one of those like mind-blown moments in video games where that first stepping out of the vault and seeing the wasteland, I was like, dude, can I go all over there kind of thing? And it's just it really sticks in my mind as one of those moments that like it's just a big gaming moment for me. Personally, I think YT has distorted what shill really is. Well, I think the internet's distorted what most fucking what most definitions are really. Paid actors don't use a product they're contracted to advertise or they're considered a shill, or just someone who's making money from acting. Right? You know, when a content creator makes an ad segment like that, it's no different than you know, what you say, an actor who's working on a commercial. So wait a minute, are you telling me you don't wear those clothes? Are you telling me you don't use that phone? You've got an Android, scum. You know what though? Props to the Terra Fantasy community though, because people have like been reacting, responding to some of my streams, like obviously after them published after the fact, and loads of people have been really helpful, like like recommending like, oh, you should do this and do that, like, and try doing this, and I like that. It's nice when you start a new game. Obviously, I don't like to be backseat gamed. I don't like that. I hate it, actually. It pisses me off, when people try and tell you how to play video. But I love it when you come into a new community and people are like, oh, dude, just let you know, like, if you do this, or if you try this, or try pulling this in this particular way, and you're more likely to benefit more. Like, it's nice. Yeah, no, I'm going to play Terra Fantasy a little bit later. I ain't going to play anything today. I've been a fucking idiot, and I've just been reacting to videos all day and die like a fucking knob. So yeah, I just wanted to get my asteroids. I just wanted to make sure I got my asteroids. Like George Clooney sits at home all day necking Nespresso. Right, dude? It's I like when things are different. Probably why I play so much Path to Nowhere. Path to Nowhere? I don't think I know that. Path to Nowhere. Is it a gacha game, is it?
Chief, watch it.
Have you ever played Reverse 1999? It's a tower defense game. I don't even play much of the genre, but art and story are great. Or Brown Dust. They're not tower defense games, like. Yeah, I have only played like very little of either, and I mean very little because I streamed Reverse 1999 one day, and I basically got through the prologue pretty much, and like the tutorial, and then it was that long. I went back on it not long ago, and I was like, dude, I forgot how to play the game, so I was like, right, fuck it, I'll create a new account. So I created a new account, started again, and I played that and Brown Dust, and I only played Brown Dust on mobile though. But they're both interesting. They're a little bit different to the typical gacha games. Well, not the typical, because I know there's lots on mobile that are probably quite similar. But from somebody who only plays on PC, the ones that have made it to PC anyway, they feel quite different. BAFTAs have a dark tone, not for everyone. I'm down for a bit of grittiness, I am. I'm down for a bit of grittiness. I think that's one of the things I like a little bit about WuWa. Not that WuWa, don't get me wrong, WuWa's not dark, but it feels almost a little bit more adult than Genshin and Star Rail. By a small degree. And the spectrum of things being like, adult, it's not there, like, you know what I mean? But a little bit. Yeah, that's why I'm looking forward to oh shit, what's the one it's called now? Undying, Unending, something. I don't know what it is anyway. It seems like they're trying to be like a Dark Souls light gacha game. That one looks kind of interesting. I'd chill light chips, but I'd dump them out of the bag and replace them with Funyuns. The fuck are Funyuns? Funyuns. Are they onion rings? Are they onion ring crisp, yeah? Yeah, I like onion rings. Flaming hot. Right, they are crisps, yeah? Are they crisps or are they actually fucking... Oh yeah, onion flavoured rings, yeah. Some of the Sinners' characters' backstories are pretty sad. Yeah, I like something that's a bit emotive. It's, I guess a little bit embarrassing for me. But you know this. I don't know if you've played it. There's one of the stories in Wuthering Waves, the Morning Aches story, where you go through that and then you fight the Morning Aches. Yo, that got me a little bit choked up. That did. I think it's like because I'm one of them people that, you know, when you watch a film or something as well, I'm like, I don't care whoever dies in this, just don't kill the dog, you know. And like when one of the dragons got murdered in Game of Thrones, I was like, oh, come on, man. Oh, man, it was like, you know, it's bleeding and it's crying and it's, don't do this. It's a CGI fucking animal, but like, you know, I don't like it. And like, it was just sad, like that, you know, it had lost its partner and stuff. And I was just getting a little bit choked out with it. Like, I was just like, you know, got me, man. He got me. Yeah, I played through that part. I had a happy ending for the egg, so I didn't get bummed out. Well, I guess it was happy, but it was only like a temporary it wasn't he? But I suppose like it was happy in the sense that it was like, you know, be free. You don't need to try and, you know, bring me back now because it's causing pain. But it was just like, I was like, man, this is sad. This is. If it had been two like human characters, I'd have been like, whatever. Because it was like an animalistic character that like I could connect with any kind of animal. I was just like, I'm sad. Actually did get me. A lot of grey area in paths. Some of the sinners are bad, but you kind of get why. Yeah, I like that when you that's why I hope they do Scar justice in this, because like obviously I think he's going to become a playable character, but I want Scar to like be like an anti-hero as well. Now hopefully we find, you know, we get some expansion on the world and figure out that what we know to be true might not necessarily be true, and he's not really a bad guy, but he's not necessarily a good guy. She got to say goodbye to her mate after the fact when he, oh yeah, definitely, yeah, you know, like, but it was still a sad story, you know, because they were the only two that didn't attack humans just off the bat, and it was just like, it was just sad. Fuck Scar, he beat me up and was really mean to me. Dude, I love Scar's character, I do. If they don't, they're going to make him playable. I know they are. If they don't, that's fucking mental. I got a video we can watch later on, though, boys and girls. New leaks, Shorekeeper is broken, plus new bosses as well. Did any of you guys ever watch a show called Crusade? It was like a spin-off of Babylon 5. Like, I feel like sometimes that show was a fever dream, but I've just saw it pop up on my YouTube homepage, and I thought that show was a fever dream. So I loved Babylon 5, I did. Terrible CGI, like, bro. I liked it. It is a bad dream, never happened. Yeah, it wasn't a great spin-off, was he? Oh, what was that other one as well, man? Oh, what was it? Was it Andromeda? I think that's what it was called, yeah. Was it Andromeda? Another Gene Roddenberry IP that was, wasn't he? I think it was Andromeda. It was the dude who played Hercules, wasn't he? He was the captain. Yeah, Andromeda. This one. Yeah, Kevin Sorbo, that was the one, yeah. Yeah. Oh, another show that got shafted as well, Firefly. I'm still angry about that. I deserved so many more seasons. I think that was canned because it wasn't being seen as merchandisable, if that's a word. Yeah, I love Babylon 5. So good. Like, I would happy with a remaster of Babylon 5, not a remake. Keep all the scenes. Maybe have like these people work on it, maybe with AI or whatever, to like make the interactions with the characters look a little bit better on screen. You know, like HD it up, whatever you want to call it, clean it up. But like all the CGI scenes done with modern CGI, like, I'd be so down for that. Yeah, Farscape was great. I'm kind of glad it ended the leaks of the next. Oh, did they? I don't know. Yeah, I loved Firefly. Dude, they don't make sci-fi like that anymore, do they? Like the 90s and the early 2000s was like the heyday for like episodic sci-fi shows. You know? Like the only thing that I've really really enjoyed since those times was freaking The Expanse and fuck me, man. Dude, I've just lost my mind. Battlestar Galactica. Dude, why couldn't I think of that then? I had to think Cylons. What show were the Cylons in? Battlestar Galactica. Yeah, the movie was alright, yeah. Space Above and Beyond. I don't think I know that one, actually. Dude, I love Sliders as well back in the day. I mentioned that to people a lot, and they're like, what was that? I'm like, you don't like Sliders. I like Sliders. '80s TV was best for me. Take a normal vehicle, stick some guns on it, send it out into the world to blow shit up easily, pleased. I loved freaking Thunderbirds and that back in the day, and Captain Scarlet and Mr. Rons at the Flying Airbase from Captain Scarlet. Remember, everybody wanted Tracy Island as well. To the point where Blue Peter like showed you how to make your own one at home. About Captain Planet. I never really watched Captain Planet. I think some of my favourite shows as well as a kid was the X-Men cartoon. Fire. Absolutely fire. Was it Batman Returns? Was it Batman Returns? Was it Batman Returns? I don't think it was Batman Returns. What was it called now? Did it just call Batman? It was Batman. Was it Batman the Animated Series? I remember the logo being that. Nah, that's not the one. It was like the red circle, and it was like Batman in his cowl from the side. I was into it that much that my mum made that as a cake for me when I was a kid. Oh, it wasn't the animated series. Yeah, it was. It was just the new one. That one anyway. It was that series. Like, I loved it that much. My mum made a birthday cake for me of that. Oh, you guys can't see that there. That was like a birthday cake I had. I was so into it. And was it Batman of the Future as well? Loved that as well, man. Have you seen the new X-Men on Disney Plus? I haven't, no. Except for Jubilee, right? With fucking crappy powers. And these blue peepers are popular. They've been teaching you how to make your own PS5 during the pandemic. Blue Peter, man. It was a big deal getting a Blue Peter badge, wasn't he? Wife's favourite's always been Gambit. Yeah, I was a big Wolverine fan, obviously, as a kid. I love Cyclops as well, man. Yeah, I love the X-Men cartoon. The intro was just so iconic for me. It's just, I remember Saturday mornings getting up to watch that. It was so freaking cool. Got a whole series of Batman Beyond like 6 months. Dude, I need to get back into the animated side of things because I know DC of recent years have been absolutely smashing it. Like really putting out some good stuff, but I just haven't watched any of it. I've kind of been slowly getting back into like comic side stuff again now. I've been reading more manga and then I've got like a massive selection of comics as well I have upstairs that I still haven't read. Like I mean, I'm talking like a lot. Like I've got like hundreds of pounds worth of comics, man. Some of them are really rare as well. Yeah, some of these are classics like. I can't remember what company it was now that was doing it. It was like it was all the hardbacks of like a lot of the older stuff as well. And I've got the full collection upstairs. I had to build a new shelf for it and everything because like together they're that fucking heavy. 90s Spider-Man, yeah. Dude, I still remember that episode when he showed that girl his face, and then when he left, and it's because she was in the home for terminally ill children. It was just like, damn, this shit, bro. Yeah, I've started buying some manga again now. I'm actually, I was in the process of reading the Witcher books, but I got waylaid. So I never read the books. I've got, I don't know how many books there is, but I've got 3 of them. I think that's at least the main 3 anyway. I don't know if there's any others. Cheers for love over on Twitter, Jamie. Appreciate ya. We'll collect a box of Claymore, one of my favourite mangas. Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about getting, because I got at Waterstones up Mary Hill, they got some really nice hardback special editions of Berserk. They're really nice. I think they're like £40 a pop, which obviously is not cheap, but they're really, really nice. But they're one of those ones where I'd buy them and I wouldn't want to read them because I wouldn't want to like ruin them. An anime I want to watch, I've never watched, is Memories. He's got like 3 short films. I think so. Because, dude, you know, like late 80s, early 90s anime. It was just like, oh, dude, there was just something about it, man. It was just special. You know, things like Pat Labor and Pat Labor 2. Like, they just had a, you know, the aesthetic of the older school, like, I think it was all the hand-drawn shit, I don't know. Yeah, I've never watched this, I need to watch this. People say it's good. Yeah, I just love the whole aesthetic of 80s, 90s anime. Claymore's often called Berserk's little sister. I've heard of Claymore. I've never ever watched any of it. I don't think I have anyway. Have a look. Never read any of it, that's for sure. You know what, actually, I might have watched some of these. You know what, I think I have. Actually, I think I might have watched some Claymore, actually. I'm trying to think of an anime as well that I remember watching when I was a kid. I think it was on Cartoon Network. And it was like... I think it was an anime anyway. It was like a fantasy world where a dude, it was like an isekai thing. He'd ended up in this fantasy world where there was like mechs, but there wasn't mechs. There wasn't robotic mechs. They were like knights. Oh shit, dude, what's that called now? Oh, that's in my head. Yeah, Ninja Scroll. Escaflow, no, that's the one. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Thank you, because that was gonna do my head in. That was gonna do my head in. Yeah, I love Ninja Scroll. I'm gonna drop in some Exaphone. Do you know what? I ain't played Exaphone for a while. I should get back on it soon, actually. Yeah, Vampire Hunter D is good as well. Yeah, man, I think some of the earliest anime I remember ever watching was Wings of Homines, I think it was called. Obviously, Akira was one of the ones. Pat Labor, 1 and 2. Ghost in the Shell. But this is the ones I can think of as like earliest memories of being introduced to anime. Yeah, I'll have to check it out. Because I've got a good selection at the Waterstones in Merrill, actually. I was actually quite surprised last time I went of how big their manga sections got now. Have you seen Voices from a Distant Star? I haven't, no. Actually, I don't know, this one looks familiar. No, I haven't actually. I don't think I have anyway. There's another one I'm trying to think of as well. It began with an M. I remember watching a movie. I think it had series as well. It was an anime one. And in the movie, like the entire movie, it was like there was a dude, there was like 2 guys who were like competing in different fighter programs for the next generation of like transformable fighter jet that transformed into like kind of like a mecha. It began with an M. And like it was like there was this really weird relation between the 3 of them. They all used to be friends. But like the one believed that the one friend had assaulted the girl. And then like you end up finding out in the end it was him who'd assaulted her. I forgot what it's fucking called now. Nah, not Robotech. Started with an M. Matt something. Macross? Was it Macross? I think it might have been Macross. I don't know if it was SDF Macross or something. Well, fucking hell, the old films on YouTube. Nah, this is not the one. It was definitely Macross, though. Pretty sure it was, anyway. Macross Plus. It might have been Macross Plus, actually. You might be right, Neil.
I won't include the 21st.
Yeah, I think it was Macross Plus. Yeah. It's Macross Plus. You're right. You're right. Anime-wise, probably my favourite right now is both very light-hearted, almost spoof video game animes. I think I just having fun accidentally making a broken character. Do you know what I've been watching recently, which I never watched? And I know it's kind of like, I guess it's like one of the all animes to watch. Is One Piece. Never watched it. I think when I was a kid, I just didn't like the character designs in One Piece. I was just like, this is not for me. But I've been watching that recently. A few different versions. Yeah, it was Macross Plus. It was Macross Plus. I think I've still got the VHS upstairs. Do you know what? 2 seconds. Nah, I ain't got it to hand, but I have got Moldiva. Thought I had it on my bookshelf, or must have been this, and I just, got it mixed up in my head that that's what was up there. VHSs, boys, man. VHSs. Holy crap. Face Promises in our early days. No, I don't know that one. Sword Art Online is way better than I thought it'd be. Dude, do you know what I mean? Sword Art Online, it's good, but the first half of the first season is goated. Like, I think that's where he was at his best, that first half of the first season. And then it didn't hit the same. But you know what, chat? I've enjoyed the talk. I am going to have to love you and leave you, though, because I've got to go and get Rosie from work. It is nearly 5 o'clock, so I'm going to be a little bit late getting her, actually. But, yo, thank you, everybody, for hanging out tonight, guys. I do appreciate you all today for hanging out. I am going to try and get live again this evening. It's a plan, anyway. But if I don't, I'll be live tomorrow. It'll be an late afternoon, evening stream tomorrow, though, because I've got a bunch of stuff I need to do in the garden. I've got to sort the drive out. I need to do some stuff in the back garden as well. Got to do some adulting. And then once that's done, we're going to be playing a bunch of Terra Fantasy over the weekend, playing some Wuthering Waves as well. We might even play some New World over the weekend as well, guys. All right. Shout out to everybody hanging out, though, guys. I do appreciate you. And if I don't see you tonight or over the weekend, have an amazing weekend. Stay safe, all that good stuff. And I'll catch you later. All right, boys and girls. Ta-ra.